Good evening, everybody. If you look carefully, you will note that I am not Mayor Lyles or Mayor Pro Tem Anderson. My name is Ed Driggs, and I'm a City Council Member, District 7, and chair the Transportation Planning and Development Committee, and have been invited to sit in the chair tonight. We will start our meeting as usual with a call to order, beginning with the City Attorney.
Good evening, Therese Hagler-Gray, Senior Assistant City Attorney.
Good evening, Luana Mayfield, Council Member at Large.
Harper Carr, District 6.
Malcolm Graham, District 2.
Ed Driggs, District 7.
Sean Heath, City Manager's Office.
Good evening, Renee Johnson, and I'm honored to serve District 4.
Good evening, Tijuana Brown. It's a pleasure to represent District 3.
Julie Tons, Deputy City Clerk.
So we begin our meeting with an invocation, an expression and inspiration followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation by a council member is intended to solemnize our proceedings. We celebrate the religious diversity of our community, including those without a religious faith. Tonight, Councilmember Mayfield will give our invocation.
Thank you. So prior to the invocation, I want to take a moment to acknowledge that as a nation, a number of us are hurting. It was noted and recorded by an individual who is running for one of our highest offices. The American media totally ignored this stuff until Donald Trump and I started talking about cat memes. If I have to create stories so that the American media actually pays attention to the suffering of the American people, then that's what I'm gonna do, speaking to Dana Bash, because you guys are completely letting Kamala Harris coast. I read that from the news article because misinformation and direct lies was shared regarding members of the Haitian community. Someone who grew up in Miami, in Dade County, I grew up with a very international community. The city of Charlotte has a very international community. Springfield, Ohio did not ask for this, and matter of fact, they reached out and asked the Haitian community to come there to help rebuild that area. So with that, what I am asking is a prayer for my sisters and brothers of Haitian descent. For those that wish, you may bow your heads or close your eyes. O source of all goodness and compassion, we lift up our Haitian brothers and sisters in America. Grant them strength and resilience as they navigate the challenge they face. May they find comfort in their communities and support from all those around them. In times of hardship, may they feel the warmth of collective love and solidarity. Guide them with wisdom and courage, and bless their efforts to build a brighter future for themselves and their families. God, I also ask for you to guide us to remember that your love is the love that we should show for all of your children. May peace and hope fill their hearts, and may they always remember they are not alone. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Ms. Mayfield. Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty
and justice for all.
Still working on that last part, but
So tonight's meeting is a zoning meeting, and I would like to explain the zoning process that we will go through tonight. The zoning process begins with applications submitted to the planning staff for review. There are cases of two types on the agenda tonight: decisions and hearings. Decisions on cases for which a public hearing was previously held will be made tonight, and hearings are an opportunity for the City Council to become familiar with petitions, for staff to advise us, and for members of the public to speak. Anyone wishing to speak is asked to see the clerk before the start of the hearing. There's first a staff presentation without a time limit, and the petitioner and those in favor can speak for 3 minutes on the present case, unless there are opponents signed up to speak, or if staff is in opposition, in which case the petitioner gets 10 minutes, opponents get 10 minutes, and the petitioner gets a 2-minute rebuttal. If no one is opposed or signed up to speak, staff provides the short presentation, and that's the extent of the hearing. The public hearing is then closed, and the next public hearing is opened. The petition goes to the Zoning Committee of Planning Commission for review and recommendation after the hearing. And at this point, I would like to introduce Mr. Blumenthal, Andrew Blumenthal, who chairs the committee. Mr. Blumenthal.
Thank you very much, Councilman, and to the rest of council as well. My name is Andrew Blumenthal. I'm the chairman of the Zoning Committee of the Planning Commission. Please allow me to introduce my fellow commissioner at the table, Rick Winokur. Teresa McDonald and Aaron Shaw will be joining shortly as well. Clayton Seeley, Shauna Neely, and Robin Stewart are following along virtually this evening. The Zoning Committee's next meeting is Tuesday, October 1st at 5:30 p.m. here at the Government Center. At that meeting, the Zoning Committee will discuss and make recommendations on the petitions that have public hearings this evening. The public is welcome to attend that meeting. However, please note that it is not a continuation of any of these public hearings. Prior to that meeting, you are welcome to contact any of us to provide input. All of our contact information and the information on each petition is available on the city's website at charlotteplanning.org. Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. Blumenthal. Our first order of business is to consider deferrals and withdrawals from the original agenda. And for those, I would like to invite Teresa Montalvo to speak.
Thank you. Good evening. We have three decisions that are requesting deferral to the October 21st, 2024 hearing. Those are item number 6, 2024-034, Jackson Castle LLC. Agenda item 11, 2022-224, SRL Central Avenues Properties LLC. And agenda item 12, 2023-165, Central Avenues Multifamily LLC. And the fourth is agenda item 13, 2024-56, Vivo Investments LLC. And again, all those are requesting a deferral to the October 21st, 2024.
I have a
Second.
motion. Second? All right.
We also have a deferral of a hearing this
Okay.
evening. And that's item number 17. And that's 2024-035, the City of Charlotte, and they're requesting a deferral to the December 16th, 2024 hearing.
Okay, so I have a motion to approve those deferrals and second. All in favor, please raise your hand. All right, it's unanimous. The next thing on our agenda is the consent agenda items. The items number 3 through 10 on our agenda, with the exception of item 6, which has been deferred, may be considered in one motion, except for those items pulled by a council member. Please note that these petitions meet the following criteria. There was no public opposition to the petition at the hearing. Zoning Committee recommended approval. There were no changes after the Zoning Committee's recommendation, and staff recommends approval. So at this point, I will ask if any council member would like to pull one of the consent items for a separate vote.
I would.
Yes?
Yes, I'd like to pull 2024-058, please,
Okay.
which is number 9.
9, got that. So therefore, I would then ask for a vote on items 3 through 10 with the exception of number 9. Is there a motion? Thank you. All in favor? Okay. Then we will then proceed to number 9 from the consent agenda. So number 9 is rezoning petition 2024-058 by Wilkes Asset Management. It's approximately 2.85 acres located south of Ridge Road, east of Benfield Road, and north of Craven Thomas Road. The current zoning is commercial center. The proposed zoning is community activity center, one exception. The zoning committee has recommended 6 Love to approve that. That's a tennis term there. And the staff recommends approval. So do I have a motion?
Can we have discussion? A motion to approve.
Second. Okay,
Yeah,
okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. I wanted to ask the staff, I did have some staff a discussion with Teresa. While there was no public opposition, I did hear from at least one resident with the concern about the storage facility being so close in proximity to others in the area. So I did do some research and spoke to Teresa and wanted to know if you could just add some information for council and for the public regarding this facility.
Sure. Specifically, you're asking where the other facilities in the area are?
Yes, where the other facilities are, and then where the other facilities are, please.
Sure. We found that there were two in relative proximity to the site. There is a storage facility at 5823 Prosperity Crossing Drive, which is about 0.44 miles away from the site. And there is another one located at 2601 Ridge Road, which is roughly 2.5 miles from the subject site.
Okay, so we had the discussion, and while that is true, and I can understand the residents' concern, this development, because there's so much construction in the area, there is an apparent need for the storage facilities, but more so, this developer is adding 7.5% net site acreage for public open space, which exceeds the minimum requirement. They're also going to add to walkability because they're constructing off-site sidewalk network. And then there's also the additional potential employment for that area. So I will be supporting the petition. So I'll be supporting the petition, yes.
Any other comments? If not, all in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed?
Mr. Jiggs, I just want to make sure that we're including the consistency statement.
Do I need to read is there a motion to approve the petition and adopt the zoning committee statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas and on the screen as the council's own?
To adopt and approve.
Second.
All right, thank you.
That's all.
All right, and we're all in favor of that, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
In favor. Yes,
All
sir.
right. So we move from there to our decisions that were not part of the consent agenda, beginning with agenda item number 10. This is rezoning petition 2024-061 by Charlotte PEC LLC. It's approximately 1.9 acres bound by the north side of East Trade Street, west side of North Davidson Street, south side of East Fifth Street.
Councilmember Drake.
That was consent.
That was,
that was in the
10 was in the consent.
Oh.
We actually are
I
going
need to move on to
to
the number 11.
okay.
14.
14.
And then we have deferrals,
Right,
correct?
deferral,
Yeah.
11,
All right,
12, and
guys, I'll
13.
get there.
We start on
Yep.
14.
Thank you. So we're starting with 15, not 14?
14.
No, 14.
Yeah. All right. So as I was saying, we're doing our zoning decisions commencing with agenda item 14. This is rezoning petition 2024-094 by Charlotte Planning, Design, and Development Department, a text amendment. The purpose of this amendment is to modify the Unified Development Ordinance to address minor administrative items related to tree preservation accounts and neighborhood character overlay, and to correct Scrivener's errors. The zoning committee recommendation is in favor, 6-0. Staff recommendation is approval. And is there a motion to approve the petition and adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas and on our screen as the council's own?
Move to approve and adopt.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. That brings us to item 15, rezoning petition 2024-011 by Eastwood Homes. The location is approximately 17.4 acres located along the south side of Johnson-Oler Road, east of Prosperity Ridge Road in Councilmember Johnson's district. The current zoning is N1A, Neighborhood 1A. The proposed zoning is N2A, CD. Zoning Committee's recommendation is to recommend denial of this petition, 6-0. The staff recommends approval of this petition. So in this case, we have a zoning committee recommendation for denial, which means that the statement that we have to make concerning the council vote is different. Is that right?
It will depend on what the motion is. If it's a motion to approve, then you would be able to use the staff's recommendation with respect to consistency.
But we're not adopting the zoning committee's recommendation as our own.
Depending on the motion.
We got to have a
And
motion
so
first.
I guess at this point, I will entertain a motion with respect to this petition.
Mr. Jiggs, there have also been changes after the zoning committee's recommendations, so you'll need to have a vote whether or not to send this back to zoning.
This is the one where there were changes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm now advised that there were changes to this petition, and therefore it requires a vote of 3/4 of the council not to send it back to the zoning committee.
Ed,
Yes.
point of clarification, should we hear from staff
I
to
was
see?
going to do that. You're
Thank
right.
you.
You're right. So
you. Thank you.
I love my
We got you.
support here. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. So may we hear from staff what the changes were?
Yes, one moment. Yes, there were changes. The following changes were made after the zoning committee. The petitioner commits to a children's playground with seating area adjacent to Ragsdale Drive, and the petitioner provided a seating area with landscaping along Johnson-Oler Road. Staff believes these changes are minor and do not warrant additional review by the zoning committee.
Move not to return to zoning committee.
Second.
All right, all in favor of not sending it back to the committee? That passes. So now, is there a motion to approve the petition and adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas and on the screen as the council's own?
So would we wouldn't
Either need
adopt
to
the,
approve it
Yeah.
and go back to staff's wording, or not approve it and stick with zoning committees.
motion to approve and adopt the staff's recommendation as our own?
Second.
All right, any discussion?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. So I've been working on this petition for a while, and I want to commend the developer for working so closely with the community. They worked very closely with the District 4 Coalition, which includes the neighborhoods from all over the District 4. They even worked to make some changes to a previous development that they had worked on. So they worked very closely with the community, and I just want to lift some of the concessions that they made. There was extended community outreach. They had multiple meetings. There was a meeting that I attended, and also Councilmember Mitchell. They did meet with the Prosperity Village Association and really tried to accommodate as much as possible. There was an ask from the District 4 Coalition to limit the rentals and put a cap, even in the HOA guidelines, about the number of rentals in the project. So I think this is almost a precedent-setting petition. So I'm looking forward to continued work with this developer. They agreed to the children's playground, agreed to the rental cap is within 25%, and they also agreed to provide that general seating. So I recognize that the zoning committee did not recommend, but as the council representative and also hearing from the community, I think this is a petition that I would ask the council to support. So motion to approve.
Any other discussion? So I'll just comment, I will
got
support.
one.
I didn't see you.
You got to comment. I'll wait till you finish.
Okay, I'll.
You
I'll
yield
do
to
that.
me?
You go ahead. Why don't you
Okay,
go
no
ahead? I'm
problem.
sitting
I just
here.
wanted to hear from zoning. Where's zoning? Can someone tell me why you guys unanimously disagreed with the petition? Is that correct? Did I hear that?
That's correct, yeah.
Correct.
So,
No one on the zoning committee said yes to this.
correct.
Okay, can I hear why not?
Yeah, absolutely. And full disclosure, I was not the chair of the zoning committee at that time. However, we do have the zoning committee report here, and I'm happy to list out the points of contention there. There were three. The first is the lack of pedestrian connectivity. The second is that the project does not fit the character of the area. And the third is that there are concerns with traffic along Johnston-Naylor Road and access from the site to Johnston-Naylor Road. Now, I'm not sure what has been addressed since then, but that was our issue.
Yeah, so the character of the area, could you elaborate on that for me? Or
Again-
whoever?
Again, I was not the chair of the zoning committee and not present in that meeting, so unfortunately, I'm not able
So
to
is
elaborate.
there anybody that can elaborate on
Let
that?
me elaborate. I'll elaborate.
Okay.
Okay.
But I wanted to hear from the zoning, since they said 6-0.
Well, can I just say,
Yeah,
I will say,
Ed, may
Hold
I?
hold on. 1 second. So,
Un-
I'm
So
sorry.
my question
Did you ask a
was,
question?
he had 3 points that he listed, and I heard them. So I wanted him to elaborate on, it doesn't go with the character of the area?
you
I'm
put
so
that
confused
question-
about what that
You put that
means.
question to the chair of the zoning committee, right?
I am,
Ms.
yes.
Johnson, I'll come back to you.
okay.
Can anybody answer it?
I will defer to Teresa on this.
Okay.
And just for point of clarification for my colleague, none of the current zoning members were a part of
That
the
discussion?
when this vote came through. That's why the current chair, we have all new zoning committee
Okay.
members now.
Well, then,
Thank you, Ms.
disregard my
Mayfield.
question. Don't worry about it, if they were not there.
Okay.
If they were not there and they're new, in all fairness to them, they're, disregard, scratch.
Okay, we're
Put that on
fine.
the-
Ms.
for the
Johnson?
record.
So I don't know that none of them were a part of it. I don't know, well, I saw some familiar faces. But I will say that one of the members of the zoning committee was also a community leader. So whereas some folks might have abstained from the vote, I think this was more influence from a community leader than for a land use reason. So it's an appropriate petition, and I recommend approval.
Well, I'm gonna support
Okay.
the district rep, but I wanted to understand why they had a unanimous vote of 6-0 and just ask for clarification on why they would have 6-0. And so this particular zoning committee sitting here, no one was in on that vote.
That's correct.
Okay, well, thank you, no problem. Thank you for responding.
You'll have to ask somebody else why they did. But I just wanted to say I will support the petition, and in response to the effort of the district member, I wanted to note, however, that if we disagree here on council with the zoning committee, it doesn't demonstrate a lack of appreciation or respect for their work. It just can happen once in a while that we reach different conclusions. So again, I will support it, and if are there further comments?
I have further
Yes.
comments. It definitely does not support that we do not respect the zoning in their decision on what they're asking. But I would also, when we get a unanimous vote like that, there should be some type of explanation when we have questions as a council and be ready to back it up. Because with people looking, when they go back and look at the meetings, they're going to want to know, you got 6-0, we still move forward. Where is the unbalance at? You know, the scales are unbalanced, and why are they unbalanced? So we're just trying to collectively come together and bring forth the information so there's an understanding for our viewers and people that may have the same question that I have. Because
I think
6-0, I just wanted to know.
It's a very reasonable question, no doubt about that. At this point, if is there
Councilmember,
further
if I could,
comment?
real quick, just to add some
Yes.
clarity to this. The zoning committee recommendation does have a pretty lengthy write-up of the conversation at the meeting. Chairman Blumenthal read the bullet points which summarized it, but there is a write-up in your agenda that summarizes their conversation about the petition.
Okay, all right, so I'll look for that, just for my satisfaction.
Can I say?
All right, Ms.
And-
Johnson.
And there's that write-up, and there's plenty of information if there's anyone from the public that wants information about it, we have it.
Well, yeah, so you said that you had
And
a
I
slew
can-
of community support, which is where my mindset was. If the community is supporting it and you went and you did your research, I'm gonna support you, but I just wanted to know the 6-0, where'd that come from?
It's a great question, and I even talked to the city attorney about that. We talked about sending it back, and there's a lot to it, but, yeah, this one is appropriate.
So I'm gonna support you, the district rep, okay?
All right, barring any further comments, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? That passes, okay. That brings us to item 16. Right? Okay. Rezoning petition 2024-024 by Arissa Holdings LLC, approximately 9.13 acres located along the north side of Interstate 485, south of University City Boulevard, in the ETJ of the Board of County Commissioners, District 3, Mr. Dunlap. The closest city council district is 4, Ms. Johnson. The current zoning is MX2, mixed use District 2. Proposed zoning is Neighborhood 2A conditional. The zoning committee recommends 6-0 to recommend approval of this, and the staff does not recommend approval of the petition. Do I have a, so if the staff
What's the
does not,
staff
we
record
can
on
still
that one?
proceed. We can still proceed with the normal language. Is there a motion to approve the petition and adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas and on the screen as the council's own?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Yes.
You want to ask a question first?
No, you go ahead.
Okay, all right. So this one is opposite of the other one. The zoning committee
Right.
recommends this one, but the staff does not,
Correct.
because it doesn't, well, I'll ask the staff for it.
Yeah, that's what,
Okay.
okay.
Sure, this is one of those sites where we just do not find policy support. In order to approve the rezoning, that would change the place type from neighborhood 1 to neighborhood 2, which is quite a bit of an increase in density and densification. When we want to support that change, we look for certain things. We look for connections to arterial and major roadways, connection to transit, and we look for access to essential amenities, goods and services in the area. None of those things are present with this site. So from a policy perspective, staff was unable to support the N2 request. They are approved today to do approximately 26 single-family lots. We felt that there was some opportunities with other N1 zones that could increase the density at this site without having to go to an N2 place type. But for those reasons, we were unable to support the petition.
Okay, thank you. So this one was another tough one because I want to support the staff's recommendation. However, the community benefits for this one as well were beneficial, what I thought, to the district. 41% of the entire site is going to be preserved. 2.4 acres of land is being dedicated to Mecklenburg Parks and Recreation to the Back Creek Greenway. Substantial green area separating the proposed townhomes and existing homes on site. It provides a variety of attainable housing types that support the future data center employer to be constructed in the very near future. The homes are for sale, but there's a rental restriction to 20% of the units proposed in the development and substantial vehicular connectivity improvements to Caldwell Park Drive, reducing the commute time with the proposed bridge over Back Creek. So the community benefits outweigh the staff's recommendation. But I do appreciate and want to continue to listen and take their guidance. So motion to approve.
I think we have a motion. I will just say on this one, similar to before, the staff does an excellent job of interpreting and applying our policies, the ones that we adopted. We are sometimes in the position of having to decide whether that application of our policy is actually the best outcome at the location in question. So I'm going to vote here with the district representative for the reasons she mentioned. Any other comment? Yes.
I will. Thank you so much, Acting Mayor today, Mr. Driggs. I was just say that, the work that we do when we have our meetings and we plan for trying to get the best outcome, there's always going to be some opposition where someone might not be satisfied. But I know your worth, your diligence, how you work for your constituents. So I'm going to, once again, have to go with the district rep because my hands are busy in District 3, so I can't meddle over there in District 4. I have to lean on teamwork for you to do that part, and I think that you've been diligent in doing so. So I would have to just support you in this manner. That means staff is amazing. They do amazing work, and they have a lot of work, and they have to do all the districts, but I will stand with you on this one.
Well, thank you, and I forgot to ask, this one also has support the developer worked with the District 4 Coalition. So this has the support of the community, for whom I represent.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, then. Barring any further comment, all in favor, please raise your hand. That passes, okay. So number 17 is deferred, and therefore we're done with our decisions, and we will move on to our hearings. As I explained before, the hearings consist of a presentation by the staff, followed by either 3 minutes or 10 minutes by the petitioner, depending on whether there's opposition, 10 minutes for the opponents, and 2 minutes for rebuttal. So we will go to our first hearing, which is Agenda Item 18, Petition 2024-059 by Vera Homes LLC, 2.67 acres located at the southeast intersection of Sardis Road and Timber Lane, east of Providence Road in Mr. Bakari's district. Current zoning is N1A. The proposed zoning is N2A, conditional. Staff does not recommend approval of this petition in its current form. So in this situation, the petitioner has 10 minutes to speak, and the staff will have explained themselves before. So let's hear the staff on this one.
Yes, good evening. Petition 2024-059 is located at the southeast intersection of Sardis Road and Timber Lane, east of Providence Road. It's approximately 2.67 acres in size and is currently the site of 2 single-family homes. The current zoning is N1A, Neighborhood 1. The proposed zoning is N2A, CD, Neighborhood 2 conditional. The 2040 policy map recommends the Neighborhood 1 place type. For this site, the N2A district is inconsistent with the N1 place type. Approval of this petition would revise the 2040 policy map recommendation to the Neighborhood 2 place type. Proposal calls for up to 31 multifamily attached dwelling units, including duplex, triplex, and quadruplex buildings. Following transportation improvements are proposed. Vehicular access to the site will be via a public street extension of Walpole Way into the site, onto a network of private alleys. There is a proposed right-in, right-out on Sardis Road and a right-in only entrance into the site from Timber Lane. An ADA-compliant crosswalk with a pedestrian refuge island is proposed to cross Sardis Road, adjacent to the right-in, right-out on Sardis Road. All right-of-way dedication and transportation improvements will be completed prior to the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy. Following landscaping and streetscape improvements are proposed. They will construct a 12-foot multi-use path, an 8-foot planting strip along Sardis Road, 8-foot planting strip, and 8-foot sidewalk along Timber Lane. There's a 10-foot Class C landscape yard planted to Class B standards and a 6-foot opaque fence along the rear and side property lines adjacent to the N1 neighborhood place type. Sidewalks will be provided along all residential entrances adjacent to public streets. A minimum of 25 street trees will be planted along internal network of private alleys at a maximum spacing of 40 feet. Visitor parking will be screened from public right-of-way with evergreen shrubs. Following architectural requirements are proposed. Preferred building materials include brick, natural stone, or synthetic stone, stucco, cementitious siding, or fiber cement. Prohibited materials include vinyl siding and concrete masonry units not architecturally finished. The height of 2 buildings at the rear of the site are proposed to be limited to 40 feet. All of their buildings on site shall be a maximum of 4 stories or 48 feet in height. Front facade shall be a minimum of 60% masonry. All residential entrances within 15 feet of the public sidewalk will be raised a minimum of 12 inches above sidewalk grade. Minimum slope to pitch roofs of 412 and shed roofs of 212. Maximum blank wall limitations of 10 feet at building ends facing public streets and 20 feet for all other elevations adjacent to public streets. Meter banks will be screened from public view, and fence and wall standards are provided. There are several outstanding issues, including proposed site should impose height limits or prescribe height transitions for buildings abutting properties designated as Neighborhood 1 place type. Proposed solid waste facilities on the site should be located as far from adjacent property boundaries and screened to the greatest extent possible. Proposed visitor parking should be located in a way that visually separates from the adjacent homes, and additional visitor parking should be provided on the site to limit external or negative externalities caused by vehicles to the adjacent neighborhoods. Sidewalks should be added along the right in, right out, adjacent to Sardis Road, and connect to the internal alleyway network. The plan should address all other outstanding issues from CDOT urban forestry. Staff does not recommend approval of this petition in current form, as the petition is adjacent to properties designated as the Neighborhood 1 place type by the 2040 policy map, and enhanced care should be taken to sensitively transition between the Neighborhood 2 development and an established Neighborhood 1 development, as noted in the outstanding issues. However, the site is adjacent to the Neighborhood 2 place type, developed as a multifamily housing to the west and to the north across Sardis Road. The site is directly abutting multifamily attached development. The proposed plan would continue a trend in densification along the Sardis Road corridor, and this site, combined with the adjacent N2 place types, meets the minimum area requirements for establishing a new Neighborhood 2 place type. According to the Comprehensive Plan's Equitable Growth Framework, the site is located within an access to housing gap. The petition's proposed 31 units would add to the housing supply and diversity of housing stock. The site is located within a half-mile of the designated community activity center by the 2040 policy map. The proposed site plan proposes a crosswalk spanning Sardis Road that would allow direct access to daily goods and services found in the community. The site has access to several bus routes. Happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation.
Thank you. We do, in fact, have two speakers signed up in opposition. So Colin Brown and Nolan Grossi will have 10 minutes in favor. Keith Steins and Natalia Baum will have 10 minutes against, and then the petitioner will have 2 minutes for a rebuttal. So, Mr. Brown.
Good evening. Councilmember Driggs.
Aye.
Council members, zoning committee members, Colin Brown on behalf of the petitioner. Veer Homes tonight. And want to go ahead and say Veer Homes is a new development entity in town. This is their first rezoning. That's okay. They're learning the process. Their team is made up of seasoned real estate folks that have experience doing this, but this is their first petition, so you may hear some of that. Frankly, it's been kind of refreshing working with someone that's maybe not as jaded as the zoning process as I am. We started out, and one of our first conversations, I said, well, gosh, this is, we're talking about townhomes in South Charlotte. This is going to be a tough rezoning. And, my client said, well, why would it be a tough rezoning? I've just read everything, and this is exactly what the city is talking about doing. We're on a major thoroughfare by a major intersection right by Strawberry Hill. And I said, well, maybe I'm just getting jaded. Maybe I'm wrong. I was not wrong, but it's been an interesting process. There has been a lot of outreach to the community. I think you'll hear a good bit about that. I want to start kind of with a big picture, just kind of looking at the screen where we are. Here's the intersection. This is Providence Road, and you've got Fairview and Sardis. And for you, those of you that don't drive Fairview or Providence every day, this is Strawberry Hill, a longtime shopping center, mixed-use center in South Charlotte. Providence Road takes you downtown. Fairview takes you to South Park, so you've got easy access to employment. The properties that we're talking about, so it's pretty incredible to have a little over 2.5 acres right here, right by that intersection. And I know that everyone, especially here tonight, may not have been huge fans of the UDO, but some of the things that I think we did agree with, part of the 15-minute neighborhood was it does make sense to have housing near amenities. And so at Strawberry Hill, we have the Fresh Market, so there is a grocery store there. There's a pharmacy there. There's a bank there. There's a church across the street. There's some atrium facilities. So there's a lot around this site. And, I know as we talk about the UDO and we talk about kind of missing middle housing, this is very much that missing middle housing. We're not talking about extreme density on this site. We're talking about 12 units per acre or so, kind of townhome style development. This is the right place for it. I know we have consternation about locating that inside the neighborhood, and this is the Mammoth Oaks neighborhood, which you'll hear about. So as you can see, this site is not in the interior of the neighborhood. It's not disrupting the character of the heart of the neighborhood. It is here on a major thoroughfare of Sardis Road on the corner. So I think the location, when we everywhere we talk about, well, where do we put housing? You all know we need it. You all know there's great demand for it. Everywhere we try to put it, folks, frankly, would not like it in their backyard. So we have a struggle finding a place for it to go. This is one of those places where you look at it, and it makes sense for it to go there. So that's the big picture. Zooming in a little tighter, you can see these are This is the status of the site. There were 2 single-family homes that had been there a long time, and you can see as development occurs around it, we have townhomes that are just being developed behind the site, and those are now, many of those are occupied. I think there's still some development going on. We have multifamily across the street, and here you can see the shopping center. And so this is key. You're going to hear from the neighbors, and certainly I'm showing you this is on the edge, this is on Sardis Road, but this is the corner, and this is Timber Lane, and Timber Lane does lead into Timber and into Mammoth Oaks. So it's on a corner. There's some sensitivities. I think that we're continuing to talk through with staff, how that transition is made. And so that's what we're focused on. I would point out too, so around the site, if you see this aerial, we have townhomes to the rear, we have multifamily across the street, we have institutional here. This site here, this is a single-family lot that has been purchased and cleared. It appears to be owned by a development entity. It is our belief that that would be developed probably with something other than a single-family home. So very much, and you may hear different on that. Guys,
We don't do
we'll have, I promise we'll have 10 minutes for the opposition. I'll be happy to hear it and happy to respond. So anyway, there's an undeveloped lot here, and here we do have single-family homes. So I do think this is where the most attention needs to be paid in that transition to the single-family homes. That's a look at the existing site today, so the single-family homes that are there. And here you can see the zoning map. I think you can see the transition. So this very much functions as a transition, and I think that's why it's delicate, because we have on Timber Lane and Mammoth Oaks, very low density single family, very traditional, very large lot. Just on the other side, we've got Strawberry Hill, and we've got pretty significant multifamily housing. As we get to the Providence intersection, we've got very intense multifamily housing with structured parking. So this is the transition piece. This is important. That's why there's the focus on the design. Backing up to the policy map, as Max mentioned, these are shown to be N1, but as you can see, it is adjacent to the N2 place type and does meet, I think, a lot of the criteria for supporting a transition to N2 here, and really being that transition between a very intense neighborhood center and a low-density traditional neighborhood. This is a look at the site plan, our conditional plan. As Max mentioned, we're currently at 30 units. And I won't speak for the others as what the neighborhood priorities are, but I will say, let me try to get a more user-friendly visual. Maybe that one's a little bit better. Here we go. So this is putting our rezoning plan onto those lots. And so now you can see here would be the transition from the kind of heart of the mixed-use center. We have kind of townhomes in this area. We've got a pretty similar density to what is there. Ours is slightly more dense than these, but that kind of townhome product and then transitioning to the neighborhood. So keys are locating, kind of a tree-safe undeveloped area here. You have got large single-family homes. They have very nice, I've been to several of these backyards with very nice pools. So they're trying to be sensitive to that. We've got a tree-safe area there now and need to, continue talking about the transition between these lots. I feel like the number one point that we've talked about, and you may hear there may be a different opinion, has been, but what struck me is access on timber. So timber, as I mentioned, leads to almost an entirely traditional single-family neighborhood. As originally requested, there is access from an adjacent townhome here. It has a public street coming in and then a public street stub to our site. So initially, CDOT request was to bring this through our site and connect to timber so that we would not have access directly to Sardis from the site. You could access here through the townhomes or here through timber. What we thought we understood as one of the most important things to the neighborhood was limiting impacts on timber, limiting trips for timber. So the development team has worked with CDOT to try to find an alternative to timber. Our preference, what we thought we understood the preference would be to have no access to timber. And if there's no access to timber, the goal is to have another way. So we've worked with CDOT and have now, CDOT is comfortable with a driveway access point on Sardis. So now you can kind of enter this way through the townhomes, and then there would also be an access point on Sardis. As Max mentioned, one of the things the development team would provide for is pedestrian connectivity, new walkway across Sardis there so that folks can, more easily walk to Strawberry Hill. So I would say, in my mind, that's the number one outstanding issue at this point is what are we going to do with the access to timber? I think, and you may hear differently tonight, that I thought I understood the community did not want a connection to timber. And could we reach a point where we do not have an access point there and we are not, putting trips directly on that street? I could be wrong. I've recently heard some more discussion about, well, maybe we want a public street extending Wapple through to Timber, which I think would be more of a public street, which I feel like would be more impactful, but we're happy to continue that conversation to make sure we understand the community priority and see if there's a way that we can address it. In addition to that, I think there are still discussions let's say there are concerns from the neighborhood really about this adjacency, how these lots are being impacted. I did kind of hear in the background, maybe there's some discrepancy in information about what is going to happen on this lot, but this is currently a vacant lot, and certainly we can find out more information about that. The other item, that's on my radar is talking about heights. That's something Max mentioned also. The development team has committed to some lower heights already in transition so that we're getting the height of certain units lower, but we're happy to continue talking about that. And then some of the property owners, there's some here that are much more educated than me in dynamics and water flows that have raised concerns about stormwater impacts and have asked us to do a little more design on that. We're happy to continue that conversation. So generally, that's the big picture for me. I know that certainly not everyone is pleased with this development. There are definitely issues that have been raised and that we can try and address. But overall, and we focus on the big picture, this is the exact location for this type of housing. If you look at where this is and you look at those two lots and the single-family homes that were there, I don't know that I've heard anyone say through this process, gosh, those should be single-family homes. I think there is an understanding that this is the right site for townhomes, and we can have a further discussion about some modifications to get folks more comfortable. I think we're close with staff. I think we plan to make some revisions following this hearing, and hopefully we'll have staff support for this when this comes to zoning committee for their consideration. Happy to take questions.
Well timed. Thank you, Mr. Brown. So in opposition, I have Mr. Steins and Ms. Baum. Thank you. So you have a total of 10 minutes. Notice there are three of you. I only have two speakers signed up.
I'm the pointer. I got my designated pointer, if that's okay. She's going to move slides.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, that's fine. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Keith Steins. I live in the Mammoth Oaks community at 5734 Timber Lane, bottom of the hill. Our community is opposed to the rezoning petition 059 as submitted, and we've made numerous requests to the petitioner to improve on the site plan, all to no avail. A number of attendees, most of which are residents of Timber Lane, are here tonight and show you the strong community support that we have in opposition to this petition. Next slide. Oh, yeah. By the way, the city clerk's office, I gave them a handout. Okay, it's been passed around, great. Our community and HOA consists of 130 homes. We're located, as Colin explained, south of Sardis Road between Providence and Randolph. And this rezoning is actually located at the southwest intersection of Sardis and Timber. Next slide. Timber Lane will be the most greatly impacted by this zoning. It's a narrow road, a quarter of a mile long, with a development of 14 single-family homes. The homes on the west side, as Colin pointed out, are already overlooked by 16 townhomes of the Berry Hill development. Berry Hill, rezoned in 2016, has 3-story townhomes developed on a conditional rezoning that restricted the 2-acre tract to a density of 8 units per acre with a 40-foot height limitation. The height restriction was initially encouraging until some of the building paths were raised an additional 6 or 7 feet above the existing grade, creating an even more towering impact over the backyards along Timber Lane. Adjacent and west of Berry Hills Coventry Row, as Colin explained, a 28-unit, 2-story townhome community on just under 3 acres, 9.6 unit per acre density. This petition, 059, requests 31 additional units built to a maximum height on 2.7 acres and a density of 11.5 units per acre, which Colin referred to as minor, which actually is a 44% density increase as you move from Berry Hill towards the single-family homes on Timber Lane. Next slide. Mammoth Oaks as a community and the HOA unanimously oppose this rezoning proposal based on a lack of supporting infrastructure, roads, drainage, sidewalks. We have safety concerns and are concerned with the petitioner and his lack of experience as a developer. So, next slide. This is Timber Lane. I'm on slide 5 now. Timber Lane's a narrow descending roadway, or now more aptly defined as an alley, a quarter of a mile in length with no supporting sidewalks, drainage appurtenances, or traffic control measures. It's 19 feet wide, which is a foot narrower than the proposed alleyway of the petitioner's site plan. So I guess Timber Lane would be considered an alley. It's downhill all the way from Sardis, and everybody cutting through is speeding. I put a note on there. If your foot isn't on the brake when you leave Sardis Road, you're speeding. Our speed limit is 25 miles per hour, and I travel this daily, and I know what it takes to stay at 25 miles or less. We can tell the cut-through people because they are the ones doing the speeding. All of Mammoth Oaks is this way. It's 19 feet wide, no sidewalks, drainage concerns, and no speed bumps. Again, this is a community of 130 homes. Next slide. Our road's not safe. There are no walking lanes, no road shoulders for parking. We have a wheelchair-bound resident who told me this week that she wouldn't dare venture outside of her driveway for safety concerns. On trash day, it's a real maze to get around parked cars and trash bins. Another note, we ask folks not to have gatherings at their homes on trash day. And the next slide of Timber Lane, there is no properly managed stormwater drainage on this street. And I put a note on here, these are not photoshopped pictures. They were taken from my front yard after a rain, and you can see a car with water halfway up the wheel and the residual left behind for lack of drainage.
It's horrible.
Next slide. So the proposed rezoning includes terminating the city street, as Colin mentioned. You'll notice it in green as a hammerhead. And then the petitioner creates this maze of private alleys, 20 feet wide. This is done to maximize unit density on this lot. Again, these private alleys are 1 foot wider than Sardis Road. When Colin mentioned access to Sardis and what CDOT had agreed to, they agreed to do this, put a right turn only. Berry Hill is to have a right turn only. It's yet to be installed. Well, all that does is force all this traffic that wants to go north on Providence, south on Providence, or west on Sardis, anything other than east, they're going to take the first right on Timber Lane, meander down through our 19-foot alleyways, and try to get over to Providence Road. The medians don't do anything to address our safety. It increases the traffic concerns that 31 additional units added to the 16 at Berry Hill. So all 47 of those vehicles are basically going to be looking to take that first right turn on Timber. Next slide. This is another diagram of the right turn only, and it emphasizes Timber Lane and Mammoth Oaks, the cut through. Colin did mention there's 581 apartments and townhouses to the north of Sardis Road, which I was surprised by. I had to do the research. I couldn't believe there's 581 in that area. And the secondary cut-throughs of Creola and Shelton Street, well, those are uncontrolled, and you're really taking your life in your own hands if you want to turn left on Providence at either one of those. The one above it, Mammoth Oaks Lane, is mandated right turn only by a concrete median. So you can kind of see that all the traffic's just caught in this circular pattern and really can't meander through our neighborhood. I expect, and staff's report mentioned 187 vehicles. We'll add that to the 14 cars already there. We'll see 200 vehicles a day on this 19-foot wide road. Again, we have considerable safety concerns on that road. So as I talked with other members in our community, I was like, okay, as Colin mentioned, this is prime multifamily property. It's going to be developed. What do we propose that would work? And as a community, we kicked it around and we came up with several ideas, this being what we thought was most appropriate, and it keeps Timber Lane access closed from the new development. So we eliminate the right turns only at Sardis Road for both Berry Hill and Veer Homes. And we align a common egress for both developments.
2 minutes remaining, Mr. Steins, just so you keep track of your time.
We align the egress for both developments at Walpole Way, extending it onto Sardis, and install a new stoplight. This stoplight would be 1,500 feet from Providence, 1,500 feet from Randolph, and it matches the 1,500 foot of the new stoplight that was installed on Strawberry Hill Drive on the north of the Sardis Road intersection. Go ahead. Here's a site plan that with the help of Berry Hill, actually our neighbor, was put together. It illustrates 20 dwelling units. It illustrates in yellow the extension of Walpole Way, the stoplight location, which would align with Strawberry Hill Drive, and those 581 apartments suddenly have a new access onto a 4+ lane arterial way. It greatly improves the tree save area and eliminates the traffic burden on Timber Road. It also provides for a progressive decrease in density from Coventry Row at 9.7, 9.6 units, Berry Hill at 8 units per acre, and then this one would be at 7.4 dwelling units per acre. I have a gripe slide. Nobody likes the rezoning petition. Y'all can read through it. There's a lot of storyline that goes along with this redevelopment proposal. I just want to thank you for helping us to maintain the safety and integrity of our community. And if you ride through there, you'll see a lot of signs. All the yards are filled with them. Thank you.
10 seconds left. You nailed it. So we have now 2 minutes for a rebuttal from...
2 minutes. I'll try to be short. I'm honestly struggling, if you don't mind. I'm struggling to find a single benefit to the city of Charlotte or the neighborhood from this development. All the pluses that were described, I'm sorry, who's going to work at Strawberry Hill? People who can afford $1 million townhome? They're going to ride a bus? Really? Come on.
So
Sidewalks are already there.
The
Mr.
time is up.
Jakes, yeah.
He used all the time.
Yeah, 10 minutes.
Our time is up, so we have to stop there.
Yeah, I won't need 10 minutes, but I signed up to speak. I cannot speak.
He used all the 10 minutes.
I explained before, you have a total of 10 minutes, and I'm afraid Mr. Steins...
But I'm from a different neighborhood. I'm from Berry Hill.
I know, but the rules are that there is a total of 10 minutes for people to speak in opposition, and that time is now elapsed. I'm sorry, but Mr. Steins spoke for the duration, pretty much
Can I
the
just draw
entire-
your attention to just one item? If you look at those townhouses in the back,
No, I'm sorry, seriously. These are our rules, and we have to abide by them. I apologize, but that's the way it is. So now we have 2 minutes for a rebuttal. Mr. Brown.
Yes, thank you. If I got to grab our slide again, I'll just put the aerial back on the screen. And, there's been a lot of outreach. I think unfortunately, there's some acrimony, I think, between the community and the development team. I'm an optimist. I'm hopeful that we can continue this conversation. The problem is, frankly, the Veer Homes team has purchased this property. So they purchased it and it closed. So they're going to develop the property. So these folks are going to be neighbors. We're happy to look at this, look at the slides. I do want to make sure that we're understanding what the priorities from the neighborhood are so we can go forward. I know that Councilmember Kari has met with the neighbors as well and has engaged with CDOT because I think the number one, I think that was reflected, the concern about timber. So I think we can continue that conversation, certainly mindful of the other request. We never make all the people happy all the time, but happy to commit to continue working to see if we can find some resolution to mitigate some of the impacts on timber. Happy to take questions.
Colleagues, I have Ms. Mayfield.
You want to close it out?
I mean,
You want to start it? You want to start first?
it might be helpful if I tee it up. Yeah, okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, thank you, all the neighbors for coming out, the petitioner for presenting. Colleagues, if you've heard me in the last couple months use those examples of the implications of the UDO that we're feeling today, this is one of them. This is 100% one of the top examples of where all the time we spent figuring out how to add more density in units didn't match up with our discussion around how we're going to fund and invest in the infrastructure necessary to make sure that folks that live on these narrow roads with stormwater issues and egress and ingress point issues are having their existing needs and quality of life maintained. So I think that's kind of the foundation we sit on in this discussion. I think you heard Colin say it at the end there, but I'll just kind of emphasize, I would normally, in this kind of situation with what's happened and having seen firsthand the issues they're facing with this, be predisposed to kind of say, all right, let's, I will oppose this with you and I'll work to whip the votes of my colleagues to support that, and a month from now we vote it down. The problem is, as you've just heard, they own the site already, and in a pre-UDO world where maybe you would have seen 8 or less units built there on this site, if this was the world we sat in today, you're now looking at a scenario where by right they could build well over 20 units on its own. So that obviously, as you can see, makes this a much more complex scenario to navigate. So what I'm attempting to do, have been attempting to do, and what I'll keep attempting to do for the next month is really figure out, okay, what are some things that in a rezoning like this, we could get done to find middle ground between the two and solve some of these issues that maybe wouldn't be solved. Maybe a few less units would be solved, but not some of the ingress and egress points and traffic and things like that. So I think that's where we are. It's not just a conversation with the petitioner now, it's an active one that's going on with CDOT for figuring out what's possible. We've discussed a left in, left in, right out option on Sardis. That by itself without a light seems like an absolute non-starter for safety reasons from what I've heard from them, but perhaps with a light, and there are some things we can explore there, there might be other options. I think as I've come to understand it, the big items are whether it's direct access or a cut through, we have to protect Timber Lane. It's not equipped to handle even what it's got now.
No, it's not.
Let alone any more. And in fact, I think, and I've asked some questions of staff to look into what other enhancements can we evolve on timber just by itself, because we have allowed the addition of all of these units through the UDO to now be the new normal. So I think it's making sure that timber is protected from both direct access and very important cut-through traffic of anyone who would just be going right out there. I think looking at that connection with Walpole Way and see how that can be utilized as a second very large point to the neighbors that they care about. And then looking at just the broader infrastructure, sidewalks, drainage, the issues that are faced there. And we'll see how much of that list we can knock off at the next week. But I'll tell you, CDOT has been very helpful so far. I appreciate you guys being willing to work with a unique scenario that faces a by right potential outcome here. But I think it's just about right now, I have absolutely no problem voting against this in a month. But I question what did we actually achieve in that process. So my hope is we can come together in a month from now, and I'll bring you some options that the neighbors think are fair, the petitioner thinks is fair, and CDOT thinks is fair. And perhaps that will be the magical formula by which we can find some middle ground. But I think the punchline is this is an unfortunate situation, and one that we, through our decisions with the UDO, have now enabled without the infrastructure necessary to make sure their quality of life exists. So we'll do everything we can in the next month, and all of your work has been much appreciated, your engagement as a neighborhood, and let's just keep working and see what we can come to in the next month.
Ms. Mayfield.
Thank you, Councilmember Driggs. I actually have a question that's partially for our city attorney and/or staff. So for the city attorney, so long time ago, we had conversations regarding deed restrictions. I'm noting in the comments in here from the petitioners who spoke against regarding, lack of a better word, representation. What we have on page 12 is a note as far as the original seller of the property having an impression of it being one type of development. The question that I have is related to, we have another development that happened in a different part of the community where it was a similar situation, where land was sold with a verbal commitment. Here's the question, we can't utilize that in our decision-making when a petitioner comes before us, but there were conversations as far as, okay, this land is to stay single-family, and then if something else is done later, is that something we can take into consideration?
So you're asking if there were private agreements with respect to the property that, with which the city is not involved?
So because it's a private agreement in the sale, regardless of what happens with, if you were selling, I told you I'm going to build single-family and I choose to build something else, and then come to council for a rezoning, council cannot use that conversation as part of our decision-making.
Right, typically deed restrictions, which are private agreements, are not part of the city's land development process, or it's not something that the city can participate in or enforce.
Okay, I wanted to clarify that. For staff, I know that what you all have stated in its current form, as of right now, staff does not recommend, is the number of units part of the consideration? Because I have a challenge with it being 31 units on only 2 acres. But was that one of the considerations with staff when you were looking at, in its current form, not being able to support this development?
The number of units is not a primary driver of our staff analysis. It goes back to the outstanding issues which deal with kind of the sensitivity of the transition from an established neighborhood 1 development to this new neighborhood 2 development, location, height of the buildings, open space, location of solid waste facilities, that sort of thing.
So when we zoom out on this, I think it's another slide that gives a greater picture of, keep going, no. So that one will do.
Yes.
For what I'm seeing, had the 2 single-family homes remained, that was the last of the single-family residential before other multifamily and items that we approve. So if we were to approve this, that will then be opening the door for more transition in that area.
This is the last neighborhood 1 properties on the block. Adjacent is Berry Hill, neighborhood 2, Coventry
Right,
Road.
on that block,
On this
because
block.
there's a separation. Well, let me clarify. Where Sardis Road, is there a street at the edge of the yellow? Because Strawberry Hill is across the street. But is that a street or is that an alleyway, what separates between Walpole Way and this development? Is that an alleyway?
There's no alleyway there. So Berry Hill Towns Drive is a public street, and so is Walpole Way. And then there is a townhome building located in this area, and then it's the 2 properties that make up the site.
So the only thing that's there is the buffer from that last development for the townhome development. It was just the buffer between that development and these single-family homes.
That's correct. I can't remember specifically if there's a buffer in this portion of the site, but there is at least on this portion of the site for Berry Hill.
So I'm also trying to understand if one of the tenets that council has supported is aging in place, staying in place, supporting neighborhood continuity. Mr. Brown, I'm going to ask you this question. How does this potential project help with our ultimate goals of staying in place, aging in place, neighborhood continuity? Because this does not seem like a transition at this particular number. So I just want to better understand.
I think if you look at the site now, right, there's two
Right.
houses on our survey says 2.75 acres.
Right.
I think that's not consistent. What do we think the next, you know, as well as anyone, that we have demand for housing, we can't provide that need of, and these aren't even going to be affordable units. You know, if we get 30
Right.
units here, they're probably, frankly, $800,000 units, right? What does that mean? People still, when you say aging in place, people want to live in this neighborhood. What we're seeing demand in the market is folks are selling these great houses in Mammoth Oaks now for $1.5 million, and where do they go? A lot of them want to stay in the neighborhood. They want to go to the church they've gone to for years. They want to continue being around their neighbors. So this is providing housing options to give people a chance to sell their home, downsize.
Ma'am, we don't do that.
Quiet. Don't interrupt.
It's giving you an opportunity to, I think, stay in the neighborhood with a new housing option, because where else are you going to go? And we're not building these for fun. I mean, there's demand. People want to live in good neighborhoods, and we can't build single-family homes that anyone can afford.
So it will be helpful for me to be able to have a follow-up and to see, after you speak with your clients, if there's a opportunity for a reduction. 31 seems difficult for me, looking at just this initial, mainly because, as I mentioned, this transition gives me some concern when we are losing residential, single-family neighborhoods. Yes, we need housing options. I completely agree with that. And we need various housing options. We also have a number of housing options that are going to be coming online within the next year, the next 12 months. It will be helpful to have an understanding if there's any flexibility in that as we go through. We can do that as a follow-up unless you have a response now.
I'm happy to have that conversation. You know, the frank answer, and not to sound like the bully with the buy right plan, right, is the owner. There's a buy right plan that doesn't have this many units. I think there's a compromise to be had where I think there's some benefit. Y'all know, I mean, I think in conditional zoning, you can lock some things in place that'll benefit the neighborhood. So I'm optimistic that we continue the conversation. I promise we won't make everyone happy, but I think we can make it better than it would be, is my hope.
And the last question for staff, it'll be helpful if we can also follow up before this comes back, because I'm really trying to understand. We have made a number of adjustments, including tonight, regarding our language, because we're seeing the impact versus the intent. Previous council had a lot of good intentions of what they thought this language would do. The impact on the ground, based on petitioner's interpretation, is looking to be something very different. So it will be helpful if I can have a better understanding with the most recent adjustments that we have made in our language. How does this and future conversations fit in? When we, again, say that we are here to help protect neighborhood continuity, yet we know we need to fill a need for housing. On top of that, are we tracking how many units are coming on board? We know we have a deficit for many years where there wasn't development, but we also have had a lot of development that's coming out within the next 12 to 18 months. I'm concerned about what the impact of this particular project could do, so it will be helpful if we can do a follow-up to help me understand the direction that you all, staff, are looking at. Thank you, Councilmember Driggs.
So I will just say this whole discussion reflects the somewhat unsettled nature of our land use policy. So I'm entirely in agreement with Mr. Bakari. We set out with good intentions. Some of us voted for and some of us against the adoption of the UDO. But what we've seen tonight, I'll just mention, we had one case tonight where the zoning committee was 100% opposed and the council said yes, and then we had another case where the staff said no. It can go the other way as well. You shouldn't assume that there is any done deal here or anything like that. I can tell you that Mr. Bakari is an excellent guide for you, and I hope you will be able to work with him and with the petitioner to achieve an outcome that fits better into your surroundings. And with that, if, yes?
Yes, I have something to say. May I speak? So I would definitely like to follow back off of what Mr. Driggs just said about Councilmember Bakari is very capable of handling his district, but I want to commend Mr. Steins for the phenomenal job that you did showing us and explaining everything, because for me, a person that is ignorant to what's going on in that area, because I don't live in the area and I don't fluent that area, I totally understood what you wanted me to understand by looking through the booklet and putting it together, so that definitely isn't in vain. So thank you so much for doing that. And I look to see what type of balance there can be in community, because I'm always wanting to elevate the voices of the people that live in the community, not excusing the fact that we need to work together. Development is going to happen, but at what cost and what sacrifice? So I'm going to follow the district lead. He's phenomenal in handling his district, but I did want to acknowledge the piece that you put together for us. It was good. And for me, it allowed me to see what was going on in your community on Timber Lane. I also wrote down your address. I'm not a stalker, but I'm going to ride down through there because I like to just see with my physical eye what it looks like as well. And so I did write it down, and I will drive down through there. But from what I can see, there has to be something different. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
With that, I will entertain a motion to close the hearing.
Second.
So move.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. I would like to note there are some empty chairs here tonight, and sorry, we can't.
I won't come tomorrow.
Yeah.
There ain't no room for, and it's raining.
I just wanted to note there are some empty chairs. There are recordings of these proceedings. The council members have the opportunity to view them. So if you're signed up to speak tonight, go ahead and make your case. One way or another, we will all see it. With that, I will move on to the next item, agenda item 19, which is 2024-078 by Tri Point Homes Holdings, Inc., approximately .46 acres along the northwest side of Levy Way, north of Monroe Road and west of Commonwealth Avenue in Miss Molina's district. Current zoning is urban residential conditional. Proposed zoning is urban residential conditional site plan amendment. Staff recommends approval of this petition. And I have signed up to speak in favor Emmy Coleman, Colin Brown, Brittany Linz, Margaret Puckett, Ben Taylor, Maxwell Ladzinski, I hope. And we do have a speaker in opposition, and therefore, after staff presentation, you will have 10 minutes. So, Mr. Patton.
Thank you. All right, so 2024-078, as mentioned, we're looking at about .46 acres on the north side of Levy Way, north of Monroe Road, west of Commonwealth Avenue. Just to give you some context, we can jump to the next slide here. So this is the Monroe Road corridor. You can see Wendover just there to the left. Independence, obviously, are on the top side of the map. But this is a residential neighborhood that was rezoned back in 2020, February of 2020, to UR2 conditional. And during that process, we'll go back and take a little trip down memory lane for just a moment. Back on 2020, when we went through this petition, Councilmember Newton was the District 5 representative. A lot of conversation and discussion on this project. There was obviously a lot of interest wedging, having a project kind of sandwiched in between some existing neighborhoods with single-family attached houses. A lot of the issues stemmed from connectivity, and part of that was the discussion on connectivity to, as you can see on the screen here, to the dead-end point there of Levy Way. Through lots of community conversations and through lots of work with staff, the petitioner, the community, Councilmember Newton, a note was proposed on the originally approved conditional plan back then in 2020 that this connection to Levyway, which was not the outcome that the community wanted to see connected, it was not an outcome that Councilmember Newton supported during the time of the decision. A note was put in place that memorialized that this roadway connection wouldn't be made at some point during the project unless there was development in what we're looking at was termed Development Area C of the project. This project went through permitting, as you can see back on the slide we're just looking at, under construction, infrastructure put in, permits issued. The way that the note was written, unfortunately, was caught in permitting, that the intention of not creating this connection point just wasn't memorialized on the plans in a way that had some of the staff comfortable with what was being proposed. So before us this evening is a site plan amendment to that original UR2 conditional, which again was approved back in 2020. And that would further clarify that this roadway connection would not be made unless there were units built in Development Area C. That's a simplification of it, but that's the general intent of it. That was the intent originally back in 2020. That's the intent of got several emails from neighbors, at least a half dozen, and had conversations with folks in the community that support that outcome, understand that was the original intent. The petition again this evening is really just to clarify and better memorialize that intended outcome from 2020 through this site plan amendment. It's consistent with the policy map that's now neighborhood center, so there's really not a consistency issue. But again, this modifies Transportation Note 3 to not require dedication of that right-of-way until such time as Development Area C is constructed, and that connection could be made. The intent of the project is for Development Area C to, as far as I understand, not have development, so that right-of-way would never be dedicated. But again, the way the note was written in 2020, frankly, it was done at the 11th hour. Prior to the decision, it was treated as a change after zoning committee with several others, again, with direction from the community and Councilmember Newton. So that may have been where just not clarifying it in the best way was put on paper. But again, this is really to further cement that intent, further cement that understood outcome for the community, for council, than when it was adopted, and as far as staff was concerned, our understanding of it as well. So that is the only change that's being proposed. It's just to clarify that one note. Nothing else about the project is changing. Nothing else about the site plan is changing. It would just be a change to that note. So staff is supportive of that. Again, that was the original intent of the rezoning. This just, again, further clarifies and cements that on the conditional note. So we'll turn it over to the petitioner and the community members, and we will be happy to take any questions following their presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Brown, you and if any other speakers have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Councilmember Driggs, council members, zoning committee members. Colin Brown on behalf of the petitioner, Tri-Point Homes. This is interesting. This rezoning is to propose no new development. That was confusing. I appreciate it. Saw Councilmember Mayfield's face as David was explaining it. But yes, there's no development that is proposed. What was created, if you can see, is a development area here. And the big discussion at that rezoning was that there not be a street connection to Levy Way, which is an existing neighborhood. So we created a development area. And we said this road does not have to be built unless this development area is developed, and Tri-Point has no intent to develop it, so it would never occur. The reason that we're here is because there's also a note that said, well, you'll dedicate the right-of-way, though. And so now the city says, well, you got to dedicate the right-of-way and post a bond to build it. We never intend to build it, and we feel like if we do that, that is not consistent with what we told the neighborhood and the council. So we're here to remove that provision about dedicating the right-of-way. That will ensure that that there is not a connection between the neighborhoods, which frankly we thought was I would have said was the unanimous consensus of the community. We did have, I think we've got a speaker tonight in opposition, so I'll let him share his story, but I'm going to turn it over now to Emmy Coleman, who is an adjacent neighbor, to speak on the neighborhood behalf.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for your service and for the opportunity to speak. My name is Emmy Coleman, and my wife, Amy Strecker, and I live in the last house on Levy Way, directly adjacent to the property up for rezoning. We support the rezoning request 2024-078 from Tri-Point Homes, and we ask that you please vote to support the rezoning. It is not every day that the developer and adjacent neighbors are in agreement, but in this case, we certainly are. The simple language modifications Tri-Point is suggesting honors the agreement Tri-Point, the city, the council and neighborhood creatively agreed to back in 2019. The heart of the issue is preventing a road connector from being built from the dead end where our home currently sits through the neighborhood's wetlands to the Tri-Point development. Here's why the connector does not make sense. It's a bridge to nowhere. It would not alleviate congestion from the primary entrance on Commonwealth. As Levy Way residents, we still have access to Commonwealth from Levy Way to get anywhere. The wetlands and the stream the connector would run through provide critical drainage for the larger Oakhurst community and an important visual and sound buffer for the entire neighborhood. Levy Way is a very narrow neighborhood street, not conducive to through traffic. In fact, when cars are parked on both sides of the street, those of us at the end of the road cannot get to our houses. In fact, on Tuesday, which is trash day, I'm home to monitor where the trash truck is sitting to make sure that our cans get emptied, because they cannot pull up to our homes. I believe you will hear from others who would like better access to and from the major Monroe thoroughfare from the Tri-Point development. However, due to its location, Levy Way's expansion will not improve or eliminate the challenge. Thank you so much for your time this evening, and please support this rezoning.
Is there anyone else? With that, let's be efficient. I know we have other speakers signed up, but we're happy to hear from the opposition and then take any questions you have.
All right, so in that case, Mr. Klein. Good evening, you have 10 minutes.
All right, good evening, council. My name is Justin Klein. I'm a resident of the Oakhurst neighborhood. We're here to discuss the original rezoning transportation notes as they relate to the connection on Levy Way. Please keep in mind that this specific note in question was part of the conditional rezoning, which was originally approved and agreed upon by the City of Charlotte and Tri-Point. The specific note in question about dedicating all rights away in simple fee prior to the first certificate of occupancy. That includes platting and bonding of the connection of Levy Way prior to the first CO as clearly defined by the note. There are several things about this development that have caught most of the neighborhood off guard, and it appears that the can's being kicked down the road, possibly until it's too late to do anything. Finally, after continued questioning and administrative amendments, Tri-Point was required to stand before you today, and I want to paint the full picture, not just a half-acre rezoning petition to change a note. It's about much more than that. I want to be clear. The connection on Levy Way will most definitely appease the Moderna neighborhood off Commonwealth Avenue, but the environmental impacts would be minimal with a bottomless culvert, and the traffic impacts are going to be substantial as the carpool lane and the significant traffic at Oakhurst Steam Academy is directly across the street from the only proposed entrance. If Tri-Point does not want to make the connection on Levy Way, that's their choice. The approved rezoning petition still requires them to plat and bond the work to ensure that it could one day be completed by either Tri-Point or the City of Charlotte. At least the Oakhurst residents in the City of Charlotte would have the bond money as collateral, which is the general intent of the bonding process. By eliminating the notes, council is gifting a significant monetary advantage to Tri-Point over other developers at the expense of its residents and taxpayers. One argument that Tri-Point was going to make is that it's a hardship for the costs involved. But they chose to move forward with this project and agreed to the conditional rezoning notes. They're still going to make a profit, just less profits. Let this serve as a reminder to everyone that you should read the fine print and understand the requirements when developing in the City of Charlotte. In our community meeting, Tri-Point and Alexander Ricks were specific that the neighborhood and city staff knew all along Levy Way would never be connected. I don't believe this to be true, as staff email correspondence had no prior knowledge or defined intent as it relates to the connection. Without the connection, it appears that the plan would not meet a subdivision ordinance or the fire turnaround requirements at the end of Levy Way. Furthermore, CDOT and emergency services would probably have required a different street name to eliminate address confusion during an emergency. Additionally, they never defined the connection on Levy Way to city staff until it was brought up for clarification. Tri-Point added a drive to Monroe Road, not shown on the included rezoning, but unfortunately, it's one-way exit only, and most of the neighborhood had no idea that it was one-way exit only because it appears the drive's been finished, but the final signage and road improvements, not so much. So now, 121 units will have to enter every day from a single entrance on Commonwealth Avenue. It's already backed up enough with school traffic during the week. Imagine if you add another 250 trips a day. That's only if each unit had 2 cars and only made 1 trip. TriPoint and its representatives continue to state that NCDOT did not approve the request for a 2-way street. Well, I talked to NCDOT, and they didn't deny the request outright. They outlined development requirements that they would be required to make a 2-way connection, and those improvements are going to be costly, not to mention of obtaining easements from adjacent property owners for a turn lane. Even with all those requirements from NCDOT to make it a 2-way street to Monroe Road, it's probably less expensive than a bridge and a connection to Levee Way. But they had been held to meet the obligations of the plan originally, we'd be a lot further along in this process and exploring additional options. It was my understanding through emails with city staff, CDOT, fire, planning, that no one had confirmed indication from TriPoint that levee was never going to be constructed. In fact, they never had intentions of making the connection. Why would it be shown on the approved plan? Charlotte Fire, at a minimum, would have required a turnaround at the end of Levee Way. Subdivision and CDOT would have made them change the name of the street to not confuse emergency services or delivery drivers. I'd like to hear from planning staff, but I don't think that the current approved plan, in which they want a dead-end Levee Way, would meet the subdivision requirements or the fire truck turnaround. It is now September of 2024, and the rights-of-way outlined under the plan are yet to be dedicated in simple fee. Staff has continued to allow COs to be issued when the notes on the original approved plan clearly states all rights-of-way to be dedicated prior to the first CO. After researching more information, they got an administrative amendment signed by staff to allow them to change the conditional rezoning notes to before the 5th CO. Well, they got a 5th CO, and I brought this to the attention of staff, and they've continued to get preferential treatment, and it appears they're not being held to the same standards that everyone else is. I have correspondence with staff about the right-of-way dedication prior to the 1st CO, and then the administrative amendment about the 5th CO. And actually, the 5th CO was defined as the 5th building, and then recently, the 5th building actually is the 25th CO. So in what world does that make sense? The Zoning Committee Board of Adjustment should have been the governing body to make the interpretation of the original request for an administrative amendment. And seeing that the ordinance language does not allow for the amendment that limits access roads, see UDO Article 37(3)(b)(1)(c)(2). This should have been brought to rezoning originally, not after an amendment, and then a request for another amendment, and then 25% of the COs released. You know, the holds are placed on each individual unit, not per building. Ask anybody in the development world here behind me. Even TriPoint acknowledged the fact that there's 121 COs at the community meeting. When will it stop? Should we just allow the developers to do whatever they want at the expense of the neighborhoods? Make hand over fist in money and claim to build neighborhoods and communities. They should build what they agreed to build. I believe that they should still be required to put up the bond money and dedicate the right-of-way. Whether they build the connection or not, especially while this is all sorted out. That will ensure that the conditional rezoning notes are currently compliant and allow TriPoint to continue construction and obtain more certificates of occupancy while exploring alternative options and plan revisions. I don't think the note should be removed just yet, being that the project's already under construction and progressing. They should revise the plan and show how they're going to meet all the plan requirements if the note were to be removed and that connection ever built. Just removing the note doesn't ensure that the plan meets the minimum requirements. That could cause yet another amendment, variance, rezoning, for being unable to meet those requirements. To me, this issue represents more than a bridge or a road. It's about setting the tone and the precedent. It's about ensuring that when council hears the rezoning petition and they vote on an approval, that residents can rest assured that the approved plan is going to be followed, not only for this development, but all developments in the city of Charlotte. I caution each and every one of the council members to think about the ramifications that this is going to have for the city of Charlotte. This might be in my district today, but undoubtedly will be in yours tomorrow. Let this be a lesson to everyone, and do your due diligence when it comes to rezoning and the conditional rezoning processes and how plans are approved. The residents believe and trust that council will ensure that they're heard during these rezoning processes. And if a project were to be approved, that those conditions will be met. By failing to uphold any conditions of a rezoning, City of Charlotte and its council members break the trust of its city residents and the constituents that they represent. While this may be just one of 1,000 new developments in Charlotte, it invokes a precedent that will undoubtedly be used by all developers to work the system, increase profits at the expense of the City of Charlotte. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Mr. Brown, you have 2 minutes.
Thank Thank you. In the processes that we've gone through, I have not encountered a single person other than Mr. Klein that believes the Levy Way connection should be made. Mr. Klein resides about 0.8 miles from the site. I expect that you will hear from the community about the desire to move forward with this rezoning the way it was proposed, and essentially that is what we communicated at the original rezoning. So happy to take questions if you have any.
Thank you. Colleagues? Ms. Molina?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My actual question is for you, Colin. Well, first for staff. So I want to make sure that I clarify. So now Judge Newton was absolutely in support of not connecting this based on what was community feedback at that time?
Yeah, that's correct. I actually went back and watched the meeting from that evening and talked specifically about this item, talked about the environmental impacts that was a concern, talked about the community desire to not have it connected, and that was an outcome he supported, and an outcome that he worked with the community to achieve, and that was an outcome that, frankly, was the expectation of the conditional notes.
Okay. And having known Judge Newton for well over a decade, he is probably one of the most meticulous human beings that I know. And so I don't doubt that he didn't do his homework as a result of making that decision, but I guess I need more information as to why. And so I will get with you offline, David, just to make sure that I'm clear on what was the legacy information. But for you, Colin, you said that how many people have been at the community meetings? Can you give me that information?
I can follow up from our community meeting report and let you know that.
It says 11 in the report.
Yeah, and you've only had just one?
That was our official. We've had a couple extras.
Okay, you have had more than that, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So, and your take is in those opportunities, you haven't had any other person that's been in opposition?
There have been folks that have spoken on other things. I have not heard a single person say that they think Levy Way should be built other than Mr. Klein.
So we're looking at, I'm just trying to make sure, because this is the first time that I think I've entertained this as an idea. We're just looking to strike.
So it's clear that Levy Way doesn't have to be built.
Okay.
The city's interpretation, after I think a lot of prodding, the city interpreted that, yes, but we would have to dedicate the right-of-way and bond it. Well, if we dedicate it and bond it, then it could be later built, and that's not what we told the community. So if that's the decision of the council, that's what we'll do, but that is not what the zoning was premised on. That is not the community's expectation.
Okay. And the dedication of right-of-way, again, just to be clear, that was not in the previous note, or?
There was a note in there that did talk about dedication of rights-of-way prior to the numbers of COs that I think was modified to that number 5. But again, that wasn't, I think the last kind of minute nature of making the changes and capturing Levy Way and the connection not being a desired outcome, that got all kind of lumped in under that umbrella, and staff saw that and said, well, you do technically have to bond and dedicate this right away, but as Mr. Brown had mentioned, that kind of takes it out of the developer's hands in a sense, because the city could, as you heard from Mr. Klein, come back and build that road, and that's not, again, what the developer really did commit to during that rezoning process. It's unfortunate that the note wasn't made as clear as I think maybe it could have been, but again, I think that was just trying to get that done in a flurry at the last moment, and it just got captured more in the umbrella of all rights of way. So the note now would verify that that right-of-way doesn't need to be dedicated or bonded, which keeps it into that control of the project, whether it gets built or not. Once you bond it, the city could come back and build it next month, 10 years from now, and again, that wasn't an outcome that the neighbors had an understanding of during that original rezoning back in 2020.
Okay. And Colin, I just, because I wasn't a part of the original petition, right, I'd be interested in, if you have an appetite, to have a meeting with the neighbors to,
I think that we'd be happy to meet out there on site.
Yeah, I'm happy to come
Tell us if you'd
for
like.
any neighbors who are opposed or in favor of, just to make sure that we're clear about what those expectations are, and it sounds to me that it may absolutely be consistent with what we have in front of us, but I think just for due diligence measures,
Do it.
I'm open to do that, and,
Okay.
okay, that's all I have.
I have Ms. Mayfield and then Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Driggs. This is a question actually for staff. Help me understand the conversation around the notes. So you just mentioned it, and Mr. Klein mentioned that that conversation was held multiple times. We're on number 5. What is our actual process when staff, because if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying staff didn't catch an error, and you've had multiple conversations before staff realized that there was an error based on the previous approval of this project. So help me understand that.
Yeah, there's challenges at times when you work through a conditional zoning, particularly one that, has this much attention to detail. And as Councilmember Molina alluded to, Councilmember Newton was very meticulous, particularly on this one. And I think there's always a bit of a risk where, as you're going through that process and things kind of go through iterations, and sometimes they go through iterations very quickly, there's maybe not always a time to truth it with the land development review staff. So at times there may be a conflict in a note that on the rezoning team, we think, yeah, that works, makes sense to us, meets what the community's looking for, helps, address this issue for, a council member, and it gets down into permitting, and they look at it and go, well, guys, it maybe doesn't say it exactly the way we'd like it to, and so that's where we kind of find ourselves with this, where the intent didn't quite match the language, but that's, I think, a good testament also to our review staff for knowing that, when they see that disconnect, there's processes to go through, there's administrative amendments, there's, rezonings, which is what we're in now, to try and correct some of those. We try to get them right, but there's sometimes where conditional notes sometimes do run into a little bit of a conflict down in permitting, and there's multiple ways to get through that, and this one was going through the rezoning to modify that note back to read in a way that made permitting folks feel more comfortable with it.
Thank you.
Ms. Johnson.
My question is for the city attorney. Mr. Klein cited an ordinance or a law. He said that all rights of way must be dedicated prior to the first CO. So I wanted to know if there's something that we need to consider from a legal perspective.
So I wasn't quite following everything that he was saying. I'd like an opportunity to try to look at that further and get back to you.
Okay, and just all rights of way must be dedicated prior to the first CO. You kept referencing the number of COs.
That's the conditional note on their plan, which would relate to them posting the plat and the bond for dedicating that right of way, whether they build it right this minute or not. They would put that's the process that they would put the money up, and then they would decide if they're gonna build it, and if they choose to not build it, then I guess the city would cash the bond and build it themselves down the road, maybe?
Okay, so that was the conditional not happen, correct?
That's on the plan, correct.
Right. So I guess my question is for Mr. Pettin, that didn't happen, and that was in the note. Our citizens do rely on these notes, and we as council, work to have these notes and concessions, constructed, and our citizens, again, they trust us for that. So can you speak to that?
Yeah, so from what I understand, and I can defer to the petitioner, or I can defer to our folks in CDOT, the rights-of-way for the roads that were constructed have been dedicated, or they are proposed to be dedicated. They're showing up on our mapping software, looking like they are dedicated for the roads they have constructed to serve the project. What we're talking about is just the right-of-way for this potential connection. You can kind of see on this map these two lines here on either side with this white line in the middle. This is the right-of-way for the project that was built up to this point. You can see there's no line on this side. There's continuing right-of-way for Levy Way here. Crater Street has its right-of-way platted. So we're really just talking about this portion of right-of-way here. So from what I understand, the other rights-of-way either have been platted or need to be platted or in the process of. We're just talking about this issue or this piece of right-of-way right here. So the other ones have been, have been met. It's what got caught up is that staff looked at it and said, well, this is part of that right-of-way. You need to plat and bond this, and that's when the petitioner said, well, that wasn't our original intent. That's not what we communicated to the community. How do we rectify this and uphold the commitment that we made during that rezoning, which is why we're here tonight.
Yeah. We'll have to talk offline about that because, you know, I understand the concern if it says all must be dedicated, and how do we uphold that commitment?
Well, again, I think the all was everything that we had intended, which was all of these that you see in this portion here, going out to the street and then going out to Commonwealth. But the original intent with that was not this. There was a note that talked about this connection not being made, but unfortunately, their forethought wasn't there to think about the platting of it and bonding of it. That was really only intended to cover the roads that were going to be built to provide connection to Commonwealth and then back out to Monroe.
Okay. So for our attorney, do we have language, or is there anything in our ordinances that protect us or allow us to correct errors or unintended consequences?
So we'll have to research it. I think that the way that they're trying to correct it is, you know, via this site plan amendment, but this, what I think is being spoken to is a CDOT process, which I'm not completely familiar with, and so we'll probably need a little bit of research from the staff.
Okay. Well, that's what this hearing process and this next month will allow, so thank you.
Mr. Proof? You said nothing wrong?
Move to close.
I have one comment.
Okay.
As soon as the gentleman.
You're on the question, you're on the council to ask questions.
We're back.
So, Mr. Pettin, you said, you called it an oversight or whatever, and the suggestion was that it was always intended to be the way we're now trying to make it. I'm thinking about the kind of precedent aspect of this. I mean, isn't a situation like this actually rare, so that if we made this correction, I believe the council has the authority to do, that wouldn't lay the groundwork for countless others to come in. I mean, we would treat those on a case-to-case basis, but this particular circumstance where you're even acknowledging that it was an oversight that we got here is rare.
Yeah, it doesn't have, we try to catch this kind of stuff. We did work with the subdivision team and we went through the process of talking about this connection. You know, I just, again, think the note, in our brains, the note seemed to work and captured what we needed to address that final issue of the connection. Just that note about dedication of all rights of way kind of is an umbrella note that captured this particular portion, but this particular portion, again, was the intended outcome was to never make that connection. You know, as Mr. Brown alluded to, you know, if the petition doesn't move forward, they would plat the road right away and potentially bond it. The road may or may not ever get built. We may end up with the same outcome, but I think what the request is that's in front of us is for the petitioner who went through this process knew that they committed to that, to the community, and they want to make sure that they're trying to go forward and uphold it the way that they had those conversations with them 4 years ago, rather than say, well, we've got to do this bonding and platting, and it's kind of out of our hands. And that was, I think, what the request that, again, is in front of us tonight is to put it in the developer's hands that made the commitment in the first place. So, you know, either way, the road may never get connected, but this is a way for the petitioner to try to uphold that commitment from 4 years ago. So,
I will entertain a motion to close.
So moved.
All in favor? It's unanimous. All right.
thank you.
Thank you. So we move on to agenda item number 20, 2024-046 by Lennar Carolinas LLC, approximately 26.17 acres located on the west side of Beatties Ford Road and north side of Kidd Lane, south of Miranda Road. Is this an ETJ site? The Board of County Commissioners representative is Ms. Leek, and the closest city council location is Mr. Graham's district and Ms. Johnson's district. Current zoning is multifamily conditional, R8 MF, and the proposed zoning is Neighborhood 1A, conditional. The staff does not recommend approval of this petition in its current form. So we have to speak, we have Mr. Brown, Ms. Linz, and Joel Causey, and they will have 3 minutes after the staff presentation.
Thank you. Petition 2024-046 is located on the west side of 80s Ford Road, north of Kidd Lane, south of Miranda Road. The site's approximately 26.17 acres in size and currently developed with 2 single-family houses. Current zoning is R8 MFCD, multifamily conditional. The proposed zoning is N1A CD, neighborhood 1 conditional. 2040 policy map recommends the neighborhood 1 place type for this site. The N1A district is consistent with the N1 place type. A little background, the site was rezoned in 2022 from R3 single family to R8 MFCD multifamily conditional to allow for the development of 123 multifamily attached dwelling units. The proposal calls for a residential subdivision made up of single-family duplex and triplex dwellings, utilizing the compact development provisions permitted under the N1A zoning district. Triplex dwellings will be limited to no more than 25% of the dwelling units on the site. Commits to install a Class B landscape yard along the perimeter of the site where abutting neighborhood 1 place type, provides transportation improvements including access provided via Kidd Lane and Cowboy Lane, reserves 110 feet of right-of-way for the future Fred D. Alexander Boulevard, commits to the construction of a turn lane on Kidd Lane and a left turn lane into the site on Beatty's Ford Road, commits to the construction of an 8-foot planting strip and 12-foot multi-use path along the site's front of Beatty Ford Road, and a 6-foot sidewalk and 8-foot planting strip on Kidd Lane. Provides architectural provisions including preferred building materials, pitched roofs, garage treatments where visible from public streets, proposed raised entrances along sidewalks, usable front porches and stoops, sidewalks connecting all units to the public street. Staff does not recommend approval of the petition in its current form. The petition currently lacks needed specificity regarding the adherence to the requirements of the compact development alternative under the N1A zoning district. The plan does not state the number of dwelling units proposed and does not clearly outline open space and green area standards. The plan should include additional information regarding the Fred D. Alexander Boulevard, right-of-way dedication and possible improvement. The site should address the outstanding issues from CDOT, urban forestry, and subdivision. I'm happy to take any questions after Mr. Brown's presentation.
Mr. Brown, you have 3 minutes.
Great. Councilmember Driggs, council members, zoning committee members. Colin Brown, I've got one more interesting one, and then I'll get out of your hair. So background on this one, Max, thanks for the overview. This is in unincorporated Mecklenburg County, close to City Council District 2, and then District 4 would be up here. District 4 would be up there. Councilmember Johnson? But currently in an unincorporated, so story. This property is currently zoned R8 MFCD. It already has a multifamily zoning. This is the zoning plan for the site. It allows 132 units. It allows townhomes with 5 and 6 units per building. So that's a pretty intense zoning. That developer did not move forward. Lennar would like to buy the property, but Lennar doesn't want to build this plan. So all Lennar is trying to do is get rid of that rezoning so they can develop. Now, we're seeking the lowest zoning that we have in our ordinance. Y'all know N1A is everywhere. All we want is N1A. We literally want to go to the lowest zoning district there is. It's a little puzzling. We're here without staff support to go to the lowest zoning district that we have in the ordinance. So we are proposing conditions on ourselves so we can have lower than the lowest zoning district our ordinance allows. We've committed that instead of the 5 and 6 units buildings that are already allowed, that we would take that down to duplexes and triplexes and limit the number of triplexes. We're talking about an all alley loaded product. I don't think staff is far off on this. I think there are some transportation improvements that because we are in a conditional environment, we can have some conversations about. So we'll look to do that. In fact, we'll get that filed this week. So hopefully we can come to zoning committee with a recommendation. But again, big picture, this site is already zoned. It's zoned for 5 and 6 unit buildings. We are trying to frankly down zone from that to the lowest district we have in our ordinance and are still providing a conditional plan and will address staff's concerns. Happy to take questions.
Any comments? Ms. Johnson? And Ms.
Thank
Brown?
you.
Does staff get to rebut that?
Oh, yeah. Staff? Okay.
No, I'm afraid not.
Well, I guess.
Actually, I'm sorry, you said they don't recommend approval, so.
In current
I
form.
don't think there's a staff rebuttal if there's no speaker signed up against.
Would staff like to rebut
We can
that?
pose them a question.
Well, what I heard is that
Have more time, I'm sorry.
it lacks the needed specificity. The plan doesn't state the number of units, and there are some other things that the staff is asking that are addressed.
I'm not sure there's any N1A in the city, because basically the entire city is N1A, the lowest district. None of that has a conditional plan. So we did not expect that request. We're happy to add some more. Frankly, we don't know how many units. So one of the things they asked about was the number of units. We don't know. We're just doing a street layout. Our ordinance is changing, so we're trying to figure out what we can do under the most basic standard. Again, I don't think we're far off. There is an opportunity. Because we're in for a conditional plan, you can ask for things. And I think reasonable questions have been asked about the right-of-way, and we're going to make those changes.
Okay, well, I look forward to your working with the staff and us hearing some more. Move to close. No,
I've
I'm
got
sorry, Ms.
one.
Brown had it, okay.
And also, I think Ms. Brown, didn't
Okay.
you want to
I
speak?
was just acknowledging someone that said they are here to speak.
What's that?
Someone raised their hand and said they're here to speak. You can.
You had to speak up before the hearing started in order for us to be able to include you. Clerk, is that right?
Yes, before the item.
Yeah, so I'm afraid that you can't, you can write to us and let us know your thoughts, and I'm sure we'll be happy to take them into account. And Ms. Brown, did you want to speak, or did you just want to point?
I was acknowledging
Yes,
the constituent.
Can I just ask a question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because that rule wasn't stated at the beginning of the meeting, right? And I don't know if the mayor normally states that, but I mean, the public doesn't know our processes. So since she could have spoken, so she would have had to sign up
It's in
when?
your rules and procedure. You have to, once the item is called, you can't sign up to speak.
So up to 5 minutes ago, she could have signed up?
Before he called the agenda item, yes.
Okay, so we could make a motion to suspend the rule?
I really would rather we did,
Okay.
Ms. Johnson.
We rather what?
And you can let us know.
Excuse me?
and-
We
and
rather
we'll-
what?
We'll hear you.
The constituent is here. You said we'd rather not. That's not for you to say, Mr. Drake. We have to say that together as a
I'm a
council.
little concerned about setting the precedent of making exceptions like that. And our rules, as stated on the website and elsewhere, are perfectly clear. You need to sign up in advance, right up until before the hearing starts, and the citizen has been in the chamber and hadn't made her desire to speak known before now, which she could have. But to have somebody arrive during the hearing and want to speak invites the possibility of kind of a disorderly process where a bunch of people then speak up and say, "Me too," and come down here. So I would love for us, if we can, to just adhere to the policies that we have, which are there for a good reason.
Okay, I can respect that, but I want you to clearly state that.
Yeah.
So that, for the record, so that we could hear that, but don't just, you don't make that decision by yourself, because we are a council and we vote on it. So that's okay, we'll move forward
No, I'm-
with
I'm-
your explanation, but I
was
did
just
want to.
getting giddy sitting here in the chair, you see, and.
No, I understand, but I just wanted to always acknowledge the constituents, because they take time out of their busy schedules to come down and be a part of these meetings, which are lengthy. I just want always their voice to be heard, but if we have moved over the policy and she can't speak, that's fine, but I just wanted it to be clear.
Take the point, Ms. Brown.
Point,
All right.
point need to be taken.
And on your request, I did explain my reasons. So if we can, I had a question. I forgot what it was, but I have a question. Pardon me while I get myself back in. Oh, I'm curious that this is a conditional rezoning, but apparently not supported by a site plan. And it sounds to me as if the staff is not so much opposed to what they want to do as simply troubled by the fact that they don't know enough about what they want to do. So what is your take on that? Why don't we have a site plan?
There is a site plan. It doesn't go, I don't think we're concerned with the amount of specificity in the site plan. The kind of bubbled areas that show duplex and triplex areas are fine. It's in regards to not clearly stating a producing a cap on the number of lots or number of units permitted. And as Mr. Brown alluded to, under a conditional plan, the petitioner does open up themselves a little bit to those additional requests. And so the primary concern is with the number of permitted lots and units and what is happening with Fred D. Alexander Boulevard. It's kind of a vital access point on the proposed plan, and it's not clearly stated. But, the plan as a whole, I don't think we're not opposing the plan as a whole, just some certain aspects of it. And that's why we've stated not in current form.
So is this an issue related to the introduction of the compact development alternative and its application? Is that the problem?
So the plans do not clearly state that they will be utilizing the compact development alternative. So.
All right, thank you. It sounds like you ought to be able to work it out, but I'll leave that up to you guys. Anybody else? Do I have a motion to close?
Second. Oh, you got a question?
Second, no, go ahead. Motion to close.
Motion to close, second.
All right, all in favor? Okay, thank you. We move on to 2024-045 by Drakeford Communities, approximately 3.726 acres, that's very specific, located along the south side of the plaza, east of Aintree Road and west of Lakedale Drive. This is in Ms. Anderson's district. The current zoning is N1B, and the proposed zoning is Neighborhood 2A conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to site and building design and the environment. And now we will hear from staff.
Thank you. This site is a little under 4 acres along the south side of the plaza, west of Lakedale Drive, located generally in the Shannon Park neighborhood, where we see largely single-family as well as multifamily uses with some commercial nodes interspersed throughout that service those residential uses. Site is currently zoned Neighborhood 1B, and they are proposing to go to Neighborhood 2A conditional. This proposal is inconsistent with our policy map's recommendation for Neighborhood 1 at this site. Policy map does call for Neighborhood 2 along the northern side of the plaza. The request itself is for up to 45 multifamily attached units, and they would be limited to 48 feet in height. The site may also have park or open space areas that are amenitized with hardscape features servicing residents. 25-foot landscape yard would be provided around the perimeter of the site, and each unit may have up to 250 square feet of open space, or they may have common open space throughout the site. There will be a 60-foot greenway easement that's along this western edge, and within that 60-foot greenway easement, we will have a 50-foot swim buffer. There's an 8-foot sidewalk and 8-foot planting strip proposed along the plaza, in addition to an 8-foot buffered bike lane along the plaza. The petitioner also commits to upgrading the bus stop to an ADA-compliant bus stop. They provide some architectural standards related to having no more than 5 units per building and no more than 150 feet in building length. They also specify preferred building materials, screening, pitched roofs, and porches and stoops for the units. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of some minor outstanding issues. Although inconsistent with the policy map's recommendation for Neighborhood 1, this site does meet some criteria that we would look for when there's a place type change proposed. And that criteria includes items like its location along an arterial road, adjacency to existing Neighborhood 2 developments, proximity to goods and services, and access to multimodal transit options. This development would allow uses pretty similar to what you see already entitled along the plaza. Additionally, it's less than a mile away from areas within a neighborhood center place type in both the east and west directions of this site. And those neighborhood centers house generally neighborhood servicing establishment uses, and that supports densification in the abutting neighborhoods, given that those future residents will be able to take advantage of those amenities that are easily accessible. The petitioner commits to upgrade the existing bus stop, as well as constructing a buffered bike lane and expanding those sidewall networks. And that helps to facilitate alternative transit options that are generally pedestrian friendly and may service the future residents at this site, as well as the neighbors that already live in this area. This rezoning is cognizant of the adjacent single-family uses, and they would have that 25-foot landscape yard around the perimeter of the site in addition to that 60-foot greenway easement along the western boundary. And these conditions, as well as the architectural standards that they build in, help create a more mindful and sensible application of a denser residential product type than is currently entitled on the site. And I'll take any questions following the petitioner's presentation.
So I know Mr. Drakeford, and you are not Mr. Drakeford. I'm guessing you're Mr. Moore.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Councilmember Driggs and council members. My name is Eddie Moore with McAdams. We are assisting Bobby Drakeford with the Drakeford Company with this rezoning. Again, yes, the site is located south of the plaza. To the north, we do have a multifamily development, and to the northeast, we do have 2 schools and some institutional zoning. Some of the highlights of the process so far, we have held 3 community meetings, and we have received written support from James Burris, the president of the Shannon Park Neighborhood Association, on this rezoning. The townhomes that are proposed, they will provide a different and diverse housing type within the area. We are requesting up to 45 rear-loaded townhomes. These townhomes will front the plaza, and it will create a nice streetscape. Per concerns from CDOT and some of the neighbors, we have eliminated our entrance along the plaza, and we are extending Plaza Meta Drive into the site. As Holly mentioned, we are providing a new covered bus stop and dedicating the 60 feet of the western boundary of the site to Briar Creek Greenway. This is our initial site plan. You can see here, this was our connection to the plaza. There were concerns from neighbors and NCDOT. From there, we changed gears. We had to incorporate this small piece of property into the assemblage, and Plaza Meadow Drive will be extended as a public street into the site. Here's our updated site plan showing that extension, and also the units. As I mentioned, they will face the plaza, offer a nice streetscape. The units we do have internal to that, they will be rear loaded as well. So we do have open space opportunities throughout the site. Just some architectural inspiration for the site. This is more of a craftsman style with varying materials along the 2nd and 3rd floors, and along the 1st floor, could be a mixture of brick or stone. Just kind of continuing on with that theme with the rear loaded townhome and varying pitches and building articulation. And the same with these. And I will answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Any questions or comments? I would just note it's pretty uncommon in my experience that 65 people attend a community meeting and no one shows up to speak in opposition. So congratulations. And otherwise, yes, Ms. Johnson.
I just think that speaks to Mr. Drakeford's ability to work with the community and his input and insight. So thank you for your level, for your standard. Yeah.
Second.
All in favor? Okay. Agenda item 22, 2024-060 by Dream Key Partners, approximately 4.36 acres located in the southwest intersection of West Rocky River Road and Old Concord Road, north of Torrance Grove Church Road in Ms. Johnson's district. The current zoning is N1A and N2A. The proposed zoning is N2A, neighborhood 2A conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and environment. And with that, take it away.
Thank you. The site, as you mentioned, is a 4.36 acres and is located at the southwest intersection of Rocky River Road West and Old Concord. The context of the surrounding area includes a church immediately to the west, and this development proposes shared access with said church. There's a small commercial node developed with a 7-Eleven with gas pumps located to the north of the site, and the property to the northeast across the railroad tracks is currently under construction to allow up to 126 duplex units. Additional development in the area includes single-family residential, as well as a school to the south along Old Concord Road. The site is currently zoned N2B and N1A, and the request is to rezone to N2A conditional. A mix of zoning is present in the vicinity, including commercial general to the north, N2B and N1A to the west, which is developed with the church, and N1A to the south. On the east side of Old Concord Road, a mix of zoning includes manufacturing, light industrial, and UR2, which is the duplex development under construction. The 2040 policy map calls for the N1 place type for the subject site, but the surrounding area includes a mix of place types reflective of the existing development pattern, which includes manufacturing and logistics, neighborhood 2, and commercial place types. The proposal includes up to 54 duplex and triplex units, provides for an 8-foot planting strip and 12-foot shared use path along Old Concord, and an 8-foot planting strip and 8-foot wide sidewalk along Rocky River Road, and has access via a shared driveway connection on Rocky River Road. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon outstanding issues related to transportation and the environment. In support of our recommendation, the site is about a mile from a community activity center, which will provide access to goods and services. The site has frontage on 2 arterial roadways. A portion of the site is currently zoned N2B, which could allow multifamily stacked development. The proposed rezoning represents a better transition given the surrounding uses. The area has also been identified as being within a housing gap area, and this development would fill a need by providing a middle housing option. The petition could facilitate goals 1, 10-minute neighborhoods, 2, neighborhood diversity, and 3, housing access for all. Approval of the rezoning would change the place type to neighborhood 2. I'm here if you have any questions.
Ms. Grant?
Thank you. Good evening, members of council, members of the zoning committee. My name is Bridget Grant. It's a pleasure to be here representing Dream Key Partners with Fred Dotson, as well as Pastor Matt on the development of some affordable housing opportunities in partnership with Newell Presbyterian Church. I'm going to quickly just share the site plan to show that it reflects the number of units that we're proposing on West Rocky River Road and Old Concord Road. As you can see, we're looking at up to 54 townhome-style single-family homes with an amount of open space in the middle. It's a little different on this one. We actually have more trees after the site development of the site than we currently do today. We know that traffic is often an important thing that's brought up throughout this process, and so we wanted to share that a new signal provided by others is intended to be developed or installed at the corner of West Rocky River Road and Old Concord Road that will help mitigate some of the traffic concerns in this area. All in all, we really appreciate the opportunity to bring forward another development that's offering affordable housing opportunities. I think staff did an excellent job, so I'm not going to repeat the merits and place type consistency. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Dodson and let him talk a little bit about where Dream Key is at.
Good evening, Councilmember Driggs and members of council. My name is Fred Dotson. I'm the Chief Operating Officer and Executive Vice President for Dream Key Partners. We're seeking rezoning approval for proposed development on land owned by Newell Presbyterian Church. Dream Key plans to purchase this land to develop up to 54 affordable homes for sale to individuals and families earning less than 80% of the area median income. Additionally, these homes will have a 30-year affordability period, ensuring long-term affordability for future generations of homeowners. At Dream Key, our mission is to transform lives, communities, and what's possible through affordable housing. This development is a reflection of that mission, and we are proud of the positive impact it will have on the stability of families and neighborhoods in Charlotte. We are especially grateful for the support we have received from Newell Presbyterian Church and their pastor, Matt Connor, who have been instrumental in making this vision a reality. Their commitment to serving the community aligns perfectly with our mission. We respectfully ask for your support to bring much-needed affordable housing to Charlotte. Thank you for your time and consideration. Now I'll turn it over to Pastor Matt.
In the fall of 1889, a small group of people doing their best to follow Jesus gathered in a home and committed to building a church. 135 years later, a small group gathered in a church and committed to building homes. We sit on about 10 acres with 3 buildings, all of it underutilized, in the midst of an affordable housing crisis, short some 35,000 units. but we can create space for people to live, work, play, and pray.
Pastor-
We can be better
Pastor, your
stewards.
I'm afraid your time is running out. If you'd like to just wrap up and not get cut off.
That was me.
Give you 10 seconds
Yep.
because I interrupted you.
Okay, all right. We can create space for people to live, work, play, and pray. We can be better stewards of our space. We can change lives for generations to come, but we must organize, dream, and take some risk together, and we must do it now.
Nice.
Thank you.
You did it under your time.
Anybody? Yes, Ms.
You want to stop? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Driggs. I do not have a question. I do want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to all of you. This falls right in line. You are continuing what has started with a number of other religious institutions in our community. But as we kicked off our Faith and Housing Initiative in January this year, and as we are going through what that would look like for community, I am happy to see this type of collaboration with not only recognizing our goal in the city to get as close to 10-minute neighborhoods as possible, but to build a quality product that's in differing price ranges so that our workforce can afford to stay in our city and not live an hour outside of the city. So I just wanted to commend you and thank you for the leadership within your congregation, and thank the congregation for recognizing the value, and thank for those who are in attendance. Thank you for seeing the opportunity in the community, and to publicly thank Dream Key for being that partner. I know it is going to be a beautiful project. I look forward to hearing more. Thank you, Mr. Driggs.
Ms.
Thank
Johnson?
you, Councilmember Mayfield. I can piggyback off what she said. You all were singing my song, right? You talked about affordable housing and traffic improvements, and even the for sale housing, when you talk about upward mobility. So I've had the pleasure of speaking with Pastor Matt, and I just want to say thank you also. I was watching Councilmember Mayfield, and she was, sitting back like a proud mother, because you guys have spoken as far as the faith-based initiative. So we talked about precedent setting. This is what collaboration looks like. This is, and I'm honored that it's in District 4, so I'm looking forward to supporting it. Thank you.
I have Ms. Brown and then Ms. Molina.
I'm honored that the project is here. It may not be in District 3, but it needs to be a ripple effect. I think that more of people moving forward could benefit from your model. Maybe this can be an example. Faith and Housing Coordinator, Director over
Yes,
there.
ma'am.
But on a more serious note, everything that you said, people have to live and thrive. And because everything is so expensive and the prices are outrageous, to see you come forward, and Dream Key does amazing work, but just to see you come forward, I'm happy. It's not in my district, but maybe one day it can be. And so with the city growing and moving forward, this is going to be a no-brainer because everybody's going to be on board with this. This is something positive, something that affirms everything that we want to see, don't always get to see, but always want to see. So this is definitely amazing. Faith-based organizations that are listening, get on board. Okay, meet us at the altar. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm just echoing my colleagues. Fred, I'm a fan. I love the work of Dream Key. I can vouch for it. I know what's being done there. I know the mission. Pastor, thank you. I think more often than not, every time you see someone step out on faith to honor a mission, it's admirable. And from where we sit, oftentimes we're arbitrating something that we're trying to balance in the best way possible, but this is easy to get behind. I'm, happy for my colleague here. And I looking over there like Councilmember Mayfield, because I knew she was about to jump out her seat when she saw this. So I'm pretty sure you guys are going to get some good support from this council. Keep up the great work. Thank you so much for what you're doing.
Move to close in here.
Second.
Actually, before I put the vote, Pastor Connor, it looks like you're going to have a rough ride through the council approval process. I did want to join my colleagues. There's a partnership like this of a church in my district, in District 7, and I believe this is a way that we can leverage the resources the city is investing. And it's just an appealing partnership as well because of your commitment to mission and our commitment to solving housing problems. So I will just add my note of thanks as well.
Can I just add one more thing?
Yeah,
I'm
go
sorry. There was one email I got from the residents asking about the tree save and the trees, and I just want to add, and I don't know if I reached out to you, Bridget, but I do have an email from someone that there's, like you said, more trees that will be planted than there are currently. So this is, as far as the environment, and just, it's just a great development, so thank you.
What a happy moment. Okay, do I
I
have
know,
a
let's
motion?
leave, we should leave right now.
Thank you. Oh, my God, it's like the sun shining.
Yeah, when there's always a thunderstorm.
Now we know who the troublemaker is.
To wrap up the hearing, do I have a motion?
Move to close.
All in favor? Okay, very good. Agenda item 23, petition 2023-070 by Ahmad Developers LLC, approximately .97 acres located on the south side of West Mallard Creek Church Road, east of Claude Freeman Drive and west of Stelfox Street in Ms. Johnson's district. The current zoning is Neighborhood 1A, and the proposed zoning is General Commercial Conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to environment and site design. We have no speakers signed up for this, so we'll just hear a staff presentation.
Thank you. As noted, the site is a .97 acre site located on the west side of Mallard Creek Church Road, east of Claude Freeman. The proposal is to rezone from N1A to General Commercial Conditional. The area surrounding the site includes office corporate park uses to the south and west, a shopping center to the north across Mallard Creek Road, and mixed-use development further to the west, which was approved in 2021 for up to 200 townhomes and a small commercial outparcel. The site is surrounded by property-zoned research campus to the south and east. The shopping center to the north is zoned Mud O, and neighborhood service zoning is present further to the west. The site and surrounding property are in the campus place type, and the property to the north side of Mallard Creek Church is recommended for the commercial place type. The proposal is for up to 8,650 square feet of commercial and retail use space. The height is limited to 50 feet, and cross-access to the abutting properties is provided to the east and west. A 12-foot shared use path is provided along the site's frontage. Staff recommends approval of the petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to environment and site design based upon the following. Upon rezoning, the site could provide access to goods and services for those who work within the surrounding business park. Access to goods and services has been identified as a high priority need in the area. The site will support the townhomes that have been approved to the west. The proposed use is consistent with the established retail uses to the north, and the petition could facilitate Goal 1, 10-minute neighborhoods, and Goal 8, diverse and resilient economic opportunity. Approval of the rezoning will change the place type from campus to commercial. If you have any questions.
So in fact, we do have a speaker. Mr. Ahmad, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, staff. Good evening, respected council members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Sharjeel Ahmad. I'm with the Soul Consultants, and I represent the ownership of Rezoning 2023-070. As staff mentioned, it's about a 1 acre site in the south side of West Mallard Creek Church, surrounded by multiple different uses, including mixed-use commercial and campus. We're proposing a rezoning for commercial general, which will be included of 5 shops, approximately 1,700 square feet each, totaling about 8,650 square feet. Our goal here is to aim for the tenants that are not currently in Charlotte. That's what we're doing at Mount Holly Huntersville and also here at West Mallard Creek Church. This is a layout of the site. And just to add on to staff, all of the environmental issues have been corrected as of last week. And just a brief summary. I appreciate your time, and I'll take any questions if you guys have any.
Ms. Johnson.
Thank you. And hello to Mr. Ahmad. I've had the pleasure of meeting you before, right?
Thank you.
If you don't know, he's behind Heal Charlotte, so he's doing great work in the community. Yeah, so I do have a question. Did you mention what the use for this building would be?
It'll be commercial general, so anything with retail or like restaurants or any type of retail that falls into commercial.
Okay, so we need restaurants in District 4, just,
We are going for things that are not in Charlotte currently, so
okay.
I'm from up north, and there's a lot of good eateries up there, and we're missing a lot here in Charlotte.
Good, all right, I'd love to talk offline, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
To close.
Second.
All in favor?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmad.
Thank you.
We move to agenda item 24, 2024-006 by Oak Hill Management, approximately 25.7 acres located on the east and west side of Executive Center Drive, south of Albemarle Road and west of Farm Pond Lake in Ms. Molina's district. Current zoning is Office Flex Campus. Proposed zoning is Neighborhood 2B. Staff recommends approval of this petition. Take it away.
Thank you. The site is approximately 8.83 acres and is located on the west side of Executive Center Drive. The site is part of a larger office park and is surrounded by multifamily development to the west, a school and office uses further to the west, and office uses to the north, and single family to the south. The site is currently zoned Office Flex Campus and is proposed to be rezoned to N2B. This is a conventional petition that proposes to allow all uses permitted in the N2B zone. The surrounding office park is also zoned OFC, and multifamily to the west is zoned R12, and there is N1B zoning further to the south. The predominant place types in the vicinity is campus, encompassing the whole of the office park, and the neighborhood place type, recognizing the mix of residential uses in the area. Staff recommends approval of this petition and finds the proposed zone is consistent with the mix of residential uses to the west. Additionally, the site is within an access to housing gap, so has access to transit, is within half a mile to an activity center, and is within a half a mile of a proposed major transit trail access point, all of which are supportive of the requested N2B zone. Approval of this rezoning will change the place type from campus to neighborhood 2. I'm here if you have any questions.
Ms. Grant, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. Thank you, Teresa. Members of council, members of the zoning committee, Bridget Grant with Maureen Van Allen, happy to be here on behalf of Oak Hill Management in Chris Berkshire. Councilmember Molina, you may recall that this is essentially part 2 of a rezoning effort that to bring back life to Executive Center Drive. Since Oak Hill was purchased over 10 years ago, occupancy has continued to be lower than acceptable or functional for the office park. So as a first step, the Oak Hill team rezoned the 2 parcels that they own at the corner of Albemarle Road and Executive Center Drive, and they aligned the zoning with the place type to a community activity center. The second step is to seek to rezone 2 of the office buildings that are further into the site that regrettably have reached their life expectancy and sort of aged out. We appreciated the unanimous support of council when we were going through the initial rezoning for the CAC zoning, and hope that bringing additional investment to the park with a mix of uses into the office park will be viewed favorably. As we've come to see, office parks that have a mix of uses can improve their overall viability. This proposal to allow N2B is consistent with the adjacent place type and provides housing within that 10-minute neighborhood format and incredible access to schools, employment, and recreation uses. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Ms. Molina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just so really quickly, I want to make sure that, so I saw that there was an understanding that this was supposed to be a decision tonight. This is not a decision being made tonight. I want to absolutely be clear about that. This is what we call a public hearing in the process. This is where we hear from the petitioner, we hear from staff, we hear about any outstanding issues, and we hear from any community members that are in opposition or in support of a particular petition, and it's an opportunity for us to go back and have conversations if necessary. But tonight, I repeat, is not a decision. But with that said, I know that from what I saw online today, there was some concerns about the density and the changes in the density as a result of like what's happened incrementally. Can you tell me a little bit more about that? Like,
Yes,
where
ma'am,
we
thank
go?
you.
Yeah.
So we're seeking all uses permitted in N2B, so that could allow a range of residential unit types. They're doing this proactively to address that they have some decreased vacancy in the office building. This gives them the opportunity to push all of the favorable businesses, the businesses that are working into and collaborate and get 100% occupancy in some buildings, and then use the spots that are vacant for residential just to provide that mix. I don't know how they were defining higher density online. What's high density to one person is not necessarily the same as other, but N2 is one of the lower residential districts.
Okay, and so it's kind of a mixed office space and residential right now as it'll currently be zoned with this particular petition, am I correct? And
It is all office right now, with the exception of the Community Activity Center up on Albemarle, and this will bring some residential into the office.
Okay, so just for context, colleagues, you guys, you know where Executive Center Drive is? It's where like the Social
Yes.
Security Administration used to be, and NC Works and all of that. I don't know if you guys have been there, but it's mainly all office space. It's kind of like a drive-through area.
A lot of buildings.
A lot of buildings, but there's been, how much occupancy at this point?
The current buildings haven't been more than 60% occupied in over 10 years.
So it's low. And there's a lot of vacancy. So like I said, from what I collect, and you and I can discuss this offline, and I'm happy to facilitate another meeting. You have had and reached out to community members?
We have. We've had 2 community meetings. We had the first one when we were looking at contemplating rezoning the entire Executive Center Drive campus. And then we had a second follow-up to narrow in on the parcels that we're focused in on. So yes, we've been in touch with the community.
Okay. And I'm open to, if we need to do that again, you know, between now and decision time, to offer that opportunity again. I want to stress to anybody who lives in East Charlotte that is interested in this particular petition and you have any questions, please reach out to me directly. My email is my first name dot last name at charlottenc.gov. I'm happy to make sure that you're connected to this petition, that you get all of your questions answered. Unfortunately or fortunately, my colleagues will depend on me likely for what I've found. But if you'd like to, you could reach out to all of them if you'd like. But please reach out to me directly. That way I have a pulse of what you would like to have said for this particular petition. And with that, that's all I have, colleague.
Ms. Molina, we appreciate your analysis and assessment. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. Yes, I have a question. I'm very familiar with Executive Center Drive. I used to work in a building. Yeah, at 5700. So, and I ended up having an agency fair and brought together all the services in that office park, and the Democratic Party was one of them.
Yeah,
so that's how I got involved. So anyway,
that was there too.
but there were so many social service agencies there.
It was.
And part of the reason is because it's affordable office space. And as the city's growing, we know that we have to worry about residential displacement. So the same could be said for office park space. There are, Monarch is over there, it's a mental health agency, vocational rehab, adult probation, just so many organizations. So that would be a concern for me, Ms. Molina.
I think we even mentioned that before too.
Right, we
did.
talked about it.
We talked about it.
So as a council, we need to be conscientious of that. I mean, those are very important services for the community. So where are organizations like that? Where's the space for them? And then I want to clarify for this petition, are you saying one of those office buildings on the corner, I think, is Voc, it's 5500 or something, is Voc Rehab. So are you saying that some of the offices, the 60% office space, would they condense and all go to other space, or what would that look like?
That's the goal. The goal isn't to necessarily displace businesses, it's to unify them into buildings that aren't obsolete. 2 of the buildings that we're looking at Even one of the tenants called and said, it's a great move. There are other buildings in this, on Executive Center Drive that are in better shape that we would like to be part of. So that's really the goal.
Okay, that's my question. Thanks.
And colleague, I want to follow up on that, because if you remember when we talked about this before,
Right.
remember we were talking
Right.
about the businesses, and I brought that up to you directly, if you recall, like the businesses, there was one in particular, the after-school program for the van. Remember the van we asked
Yeah,
for?
yeah.
She's in there too,
Okay.
right? So it's trying to, make sure that we don't put those businesses out and provide housing opportunities. So it's really just trying to balance that. And like you said, it's affordable for a lot of the people who help our community members. So I think that's a great point, colleague. And it's, something that we could discuss. I'm sure the community would absolutely be interested in that. I don't know if the vacancy rate is information that's out there. But I'm, happy to make sure that anybody who's interested has that as well.
Right, I mean, I think WIC is over there. I mean, it's a place where people go, it's on the bus line. So we need to have something like that for our citizens. We just have to be conscientious of that. If it's the Valerie Woodard Center, I don't know where it is, but we can't steamroll over that and just not be conscientious of that.
Agreed.
I think that was staff's good guidance to have us pull out some of the office buildings to leave
Ms.
them.
Grant, there wasn't a question, I'm sorry.
Apologies.
If you'd like, ask a question, but otherwise, nobody asked her a question, so.
So what were you saying about the office building?
Thank you, and apologies. I should know the rules by now. We had the entire office park included, and that was one of the points from staff, that they wanted to see us pull out some of the parcels to commit to, by that very fact that we pulled them out, that they would remain office and then remain available to all of the businesses that are located there.
Okay. Thank you, colleague.
All right, do I have a motion to close?
Second.
So moved.
All in favor? Okay, we move on to item 25, rezoning petition 2024-037 by Church Overlook LLC, approximately 1.53 acres located on the north and south side of 28th Street and the east side of North Church Street, west of North Tryon Street in Ms. Anderson's district. The current zoning is manufacturing and logistics 2. The proposed zoning is neighborhood center conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of requested technical revisions. Over to you.
Thank you. The site is just over 5 acres along either side of 28th Street and the east side of North Church Street. It's in an area that has historically been used for various industrial and commercial uses, but we're seeing it gradually transition into more of an activity center, and in particular along North Tryon, where we've seen a lot of investment to redevelop those sites. Currently zoned manufacturing logistics 2, and they are requesting to go to neighborhood center conditional. This rezoning is consistent with the policy map where it calls for neighborhood center on those southern 2 parcels, and it's inconsistent with the policy map where it calls for neighborhood 2 on the northern 2 parcels of this rezoning site. The request is to allow for all neighborhood center uses with the exception of the following: vehicle fueling facilities, vehicle rental facilities, repair facilities, beneficial fuel site, outdoor storage yard, drive-throughs, and parking as a principal use. The petitioner commits to upgrading the existing curb ramps at the site and installing 8-foot sidewalks and planting strips along frontages. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of a minor technical revision that we have related to the vicinity map. Site is located along the North Graham, North Tryon Street corridor of opportunity area. Corridors program seeks to revitalize areas with a mix of uses that provide critical resources for our nearby residents. And this rezoning would shift the site's entitlements away from industrial uses and instead to a more balanced mix of uses allowed in neighborhood center that more closely aligns with the goals of our corridors program. The NC zoning district allows for residential, commercial, office, and among other uses, and generally supports pedestrian-friendly environments. This petition takes that a little bit further by prohibiting more auto-centric uses such as gas stations and committing to upgrading the site's pedestrian infrastructure. The proposal is consistent with the policy map where it recommends NC for 2 of the 4 parcels. And the neighborhood 2 place type designation on the other 2 parcels does not reflect the existing uses, entitlements, or the intended uses for that area, just given the surrounding context. And I'll take any questions following the petitioner's presentation.
Mr. Ferguson, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Honorable as a Mayor for the night, Driggs, and Council, Zoning Committee. Thank you for your time. This proposal is primarily, the impetus for it is to provide for the adaptive reuse of the brick building that you see right there. It's not a known use yet, but there's a couple of people interested in doing it. And that kind of brought it, looking at the past, it is a transitional area. It's going from an industrial area that's changing rapidly. There's a lot of entitled multifamily around. We initially came in because we are following predominantly the gist of the 2040 plan going towards neighborhood center. As you can see, there's a Bojangles in part of that neighborhood too, a new Bojangles already, so it makes sense to go towards neighborhood center here. We worked really closely with the planning department to come up with a few conditions on this. As I mentioned, it was almost a conventional rezoning, but we agreed with them on restricting the uses to make sure it fits Charlotte's future plans. The result is the conditional zoning that we have with a building footprint, but want to make sure you guys understand that we are trying to do this to salvage the building there, and while allowing entitlement that'll fit the future plans as it further transitions. I do think there is, no need to get into all the details here, but I do think it fits as neighborhood center here. I think the N2 was likely something that would have been cleaned up and some corrections to the 2040 plan. And we're kind of striking the balance of the old industrial pattern, looking towards the future. That's just area plan, and I'm happy to take any questions if you cite images there.
Do I have a motion to close?
Move to close.
Second.
All in favor? Thank you, Mr. Ferguson.
Thank you.
We move on to agenda item 26, rezoning petition 2024-051 by the Site Group LLC. Location, approximately 3.44 acres located on the west side of West Park Drive, east of Interstate 77 and south of Tyvola Road in Ms. Brown's district. The current zoning is manufacturing and logistics 2. The proposed zoning is innovation mixed use conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to land use, the environment, and site and building design. All yours.
Thank you. This site is approximately 3.44 acres, located on the west side of West Park Drive, east of I-77 and south of Tyvola Road. It is developed with a hotel. Current zoning is ML2. Proposed zoning is IMU-CD. 2040 policy map recommends manufacturing and logistics place type. I wanted to point out a change from what's in your first bullet there. I just spoke with the petitioner earlier this evening. Number should match the number of proposed multifamily residential units. So the petition would allow for either 144 multifamily residential units or 144 hotel rooms within the existing buildings on site, but would prohibit a combination of hotel and multifamily units. Petition states intention to reuse the existing buildings as well as maintain existing parking, service, and other site infrastructure. Would provide a 20-foot landscape yard along the southern property boundary where adjacent to N1 and N2 place types. Identifies the pool area as an open space amenity to remain with the multifamily residential upfit, and would limit new lighting to 21 feet in height and require that they be full cutoff type with the exception of landscape, decorative, and accent lighting. Staff recommends approval of the petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to land use, the environment, and site and building design. Petition is inconsistent with the policy map recommendation for manufacturing and logistics place type. However, it would upfit an aging hotel structure to provide an additional housing option. The adjacent property to the north was rezoned in 2021, similarly to allow an upfit of a hotel with multifamily residential units. Petition is contributing to the advancement of the Mecklenburg County Greenway system by dedicating an easement for future Kings Branch Greenway. And I'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation.
So, Mr. Nye. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, council members. My name is Sam Nye. I'm a civil engineer with the Site Group in Raleigh. I'm representing the owner of the property, Epcon LLC. The existing property is located at 5822 West Park. It's approximately 3.44 acres, zoned ML2. The existing hotel is a Comfort Inn with 144 rooms. I apologize for we had 116 on there. That's an error. Building, it's a 6-story. It was originally constructed in 1985. The zoning district change we're requesting is innovation mixed use conditional. This district would allow the hotel rooms to be converted to efficiency studio apartments. The units would be upfitted with a new kitchen and updated and refreshed interiors to modernize them. Let's see, I wanted to note the change, and then I'm available, or the owner, for any questions you may have.
Ms. Brown?
Hey, yes, thank you, that's my district. I wanted to ask a question about, I know the area right there they're all hotel rooms in the area now. With this particular hotel, are you keeping it as a hotel, or are you upgrading it to apartment units? Which one are you, is it undecided, still in conversation?
Well, we want to change the zoning, and we don't want the hotel to be non-compliant, which is why we have that either or. Right, so right now, it's 144 hotel rooms. We want to keep it that way, and when it's time to redevelop, not imminently, but within the next few years, we want to be able to do that, but we're not going to have, 2 floors be apartments and 3 floors be, there's that condition to make it either or. So it can stay a hotel until the time when we redevelop and change it to apartments. Does that make sense? No. Okay.
I'm not following you now. Right now, it's a hotel. You're from, we're at a hearing, and you're asking me to do what? To lead in the area?
Change the rezoning to allow multifamily units.
Okay. All right, that's what I need to hear.
Okay, yeah.
All right. And so with the parking and the way that it's made, it's down in a cul-de-sac right now. Are you going to use that same area to build in that area and keep everything the way it is? Like the view from the map where you can see 77 Highway? I'm just asking the questions that the community is going to want to know. On that side, the traffic is at a standstill, all the way over to South Tryon Street. So you're going to be down in the cul-de-sac by the other hotel rooms, correct? Everything down there is hotels right now.
There's no plan to change anything on the site right now, other than to upfit the existing building and improve it.
Okay.
They're not trying to, change the site and the parking, other than there's no change to the parking unless it's required by someone.
I don't have any questions. Mayfield, do you have any?
You know it.
I did.
You know it. Tag team. Okay, I have a question for staff. So if we go back.
Mayfield, excuse me, Ms. Johnson you're okay?
My apologies, Councilmember Brown. I'll gladly wait.
I'll defer. It's your
Go ahead,
former
Johnson.
district. Go ahead.
Thank
Okay,
you.
go ahead.
Sorry about that, I didn't see you.
Question for staff. So we had 2 previous petitions in this area that pretty much, one of them did the same thing. So back in 2021, we had a petition that was approved by council that was either 116 multifamily residential units or 116 hotel rooms. Have we tracked so that we have an idea of what's in the area? To Councilwoman Brown's point, do we know if 2021-035 was developed as a hotel, or if it was developed as residential? Because I
We're
want
talking about the site that's just north of this site, correct?
Right, 2021-035.
It's a similar situation, so it was
Right.
developed as a hotel and then
So it
zoned
was
to
the, so
convert.
it is currently a hotel.
No, the rezoning, I'd have to look at the specifics of that rezoning, but it was rezoned to allow multifamily residential.
So, and I'm trying to get clarification because Councilmember Brown, as her district is growing, needs, it would be helpful if we had a better idea if we're talking about residential or we're talking about hotel. The project from 2021 in this area was very similar to tonight's conversation where they asked for a rezoning to be either or. But what I'm hearing is staff is not following up to learn which one it is when the development is completed. So we either have a hotel there or we have apartments or we have rental.
But not both at the same time.
Right, but from what I just heard, we don't know, and it is now September 2024, we don't know if it's either or. We don't, you're telling me you don't know if it's
We'd be happy to research and get that information.
So that will be helpful in this conversation as we're talking about a potential approval. For the petitioner, I want to make sure I'm understanding what you just shared with my council colleague, who is the district representative. You all are looking for us to approve a rezoning tonight that will give you the ability.
Next month, Ms. Mayfield.
Well, excuse me, for tonight, we're having a hearing tonight, thank you, Councilmember Driggs, to discuss the innovation mixed use conditional. You want the ability, because it's currently a hotel, you want the ability for it potentially to be multifamily, but as of today, you don't necessarily have plans for it to be multifamily. You want the flexibility where if, say, the next 3 to 5 years, it could be without you having to come back before future council for a rezoning.
So I think the intent was to get it so that we can change it to apartments now. But right now, when you sell that to an apartment developer, they don't want to change. They want this rezoning done before we can upfit the property and change it to apartments instead of hotels. So that's
Okay.
what we're searching for. We want to do that, but there's kind of a gray area where you get it rezoned and then you're immediately in a zoning violation if you rezone your hotel and you have to shut it down. And there's a timing that we want to be able to do, which is, and I think it was done similarly on the project to the north. And I do want to clarify, at least my client that operates this facility says that the one to the north of us has been changed to efficiency apartments instead of a hotel.
And I can confirm that. I just checked the records and it's now multifamily.
Is now,
Okay, so the 2021-035, that other petition that they had
Petition
done is similar?
immediately to the
That
north.
one is now, okay. So we're understanding that, this is a question back to staff, because I want to make sure that I'm understanding what we're doing. We are giving the opportunity for a petitioner to come before us to have the leeway through our language to say you can either build a hotel or you could build multifamily units. We're not going to hold you to either one, of which there should be design standards regarding both, that we should be able to track in case there were any concerns, code complaints, whatever it is. This gives the ability for that petitioner to do either or, but we don't have a tracking mechanism that goes in to, come on up. Come on up, David. We don't have a tracking mechanism that goes in to follows which one it is, and if it becomes residential, now it falls under a whole different set of code requirements.
Right.
Because we have things in place to help protect our residents to make sure that they are living in safe environments. So help me
So
understand this.
they can't convert the units from the hotel units to residential units without going through the permit process, without going through building and codes. You can't have an occupancy status for a hotel and then have a residential status for multifamily. You've got to go through a process to make those upfits and then meet new building code for actual residences versus an occupancy for a hotel. So we do have a tracking mechanism, and that's just the permit process and review process to convert those units to residential units versus a hotel. Once that process starts, what these rezonings have done is basically say, once you start that process, you can't go back and have, or you can't have both. You can't have a hotel in, a couple buildings on one side and residential on the other. Once you start that commitment, it's then kicks everything into a multifamily use, and that's what you have to then stick with until you potentially go back. If you wanted to, say, 20 years from now, change it to another hotel, you'd have to go back through another occupancy review and another building code review. So there are review tracking for all of this. They don't necessarily have some of the same design standards because they're using an existing building. If they tore this hotel down and said, we want to just build 144 multifamily units in new residential category in IMU, they'd have to meet all the design standards. But because they're using that existing building, it really becomes an upfit permit through building and codes to make sure they've met all the residential code standards to allow residential occupancy versus temporary occupancy.
So again, this hearing is to give them the ability to choose which one that they are
Correct.
going to go through.
Yeah.
Moving forward, as the petition, as the development that's closest to them that went through this similar, we gave them the option, they chose to go towards multifamily. If they were to go back to a hotel, what I just heard you say is that goes to staff, that does not come back to a future council.
Yeah, if they have that kind of, both uses are allowed, you can establish one of them as a primary use. You can't share that property between both uses. You have to say you're either one or another. Now, if they go through another and there's multifamily and they say, well, after 10 years, we want to go back to a hotel, that's another process through building and codes they would have to go through, but it wouldn't necessarily require a full rezoning unless they want to add other uses or, do some different conditions
And
that
that's
they may want
where,
to.
so we can stop there, because that's where I have the challenge. Where I have the challenge is what we're saying is if we were to move forward with this, as was done with the previous project, council no longer will know what is happening with that particular product. So a future council, it can be turned back to a hotel or a motel. They would not be a part of that conversation. That's where I have a challenge, is that we're not only looking at potentially approving here's your options, you could do either or, and then you could go off and do that, and there is no accountability regarding council knowing what's going on. It's great that staff has some checks and balances. The community don't call staff or call on staff to ask them what's going on if there's any challenges. It's their council representative and their district rep that they're going to be reaching out to. For me personally, only way I would feel comfortable is if there is very clear language in there that once it is decided, whichever one is going to be, that it is clearly stated that any additional changes will need to go back through the process. Because taking away from future council, understanding what's being developed in their area is a concern, because we receive calls daily of apartment complexes that have challenges regarding the management of it. Not saying that that will be the case this time, but that we have to take into consideration what's currently happening and the what-ifs. So if we look through our lens of being ethically responsible, that what-if could be a challenge down the road when the elected body no longer even has a chance to do what I just did. See that a previous development went through the same process, but we didn't even know that it did actually transition, because we just said you could do either or. You could do multifamily or you could do a hotel.
Yeah. And we've done a lot of these hotel rezonings with that same kind of either or scenario, because as the petitioner alluded to as well, they become somewhat non-conforming immediately, and then they've got some, issues from that standpoint that the use is no longer allowed, and you don't necessarily want to then create an issue where they may take a year or two to make that conversion, and during that time, they're getting code violations, when really the only issue is that they tried to go through the rezoning to make this conversion, and they kept the hotel for, a period of time beyond maybe what they anticipated. So that's why we've built in that flexibility. We can certainly look to see if there's some better scenarios and outcomes that provide a little more assurance that once that conversion's made, that it kind of sticks into that use and doesn't have, the ability to then maybe revert back. But we can certainly look at that and see if there's some options.
That will be very helpful, Mr. Bateen, but I want us to be very clear, and for the minutes to be very clear. My expectation is that as we're making adjustments to this live document of the 2040 plan and the UDO, that it is very clear that if there is a change, once a decision is made in this particular situation, where it is could be hotel or rental, that if that ever were to change again, then it needs to go back through the full process, not just go through a staff person for them to write it up.
Certainly.
Thank you.
So I want to understand the petitioner here. Is it your intention to proceed with this conversion to residential, and are you simply wanting to be able to continue to operate the hotel until the conversion starts? In other words, are you wanting the flexibility to go back and forth or change your mind? Or do you have a certain plan and you need a zoning approval that allows you to proceed with that plan? In which case, I think we can do a better job of describing what the approval is that we're being asked to give. And that's a question?
Okay, yeah. Yes, we want to change, we want to get zoning approval to change this hotel to apartments, to efficiency apartments, right? And I never even considered the idea that you would then change it back, but I mean, I do see what you're saying, it's very valid, but it's a hotel now. It's I think the ability to add more housing in this area would be more beneficial than the hotel, and that's what the developers that hired me to do this want to do. That's what we're asking for.
Right, so the question is, why do we have this dual-purpose petition? You could just apply for residential. Is the issue then that if it's approved, you might not be able to operate the hotel until the time came when you could move ahead with or why are we doing this?
That's typically how we've approached them, because of that exact scenario, that if it takes longer, you don't want them to be in a non-conforming status and then run into issues if they have to do upfits or renovations to the hotel. But in the scenario that we're discussing, you could create a condition that states once it gets converted to multifamily occupancy, a hotel use is no longer applicable, and you'd have to go back through rezoning to reestablish that use. So that allows the flexibility to stay as a hotel while they go through the process to convert. But once that conversion to multifamily is made, then maybe there's a condition that states in order to do anything other than that, it's got to go back through a council-approved process. And that's something we'll have to look at and see if we can work with the petitioner to put that in place. But I think that would alleviate the concerns that Ms. Mayfield was communicating, that you don't want it to necessarily then go back from something else. So I think there's solutions for us, and we just need to put our heads together and come up with something that works for everybody.
A little more clarity around the plan, I think. I agree with you. Yes, anybody? Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. So Ms. Mayfield is right. We do receive calls about what's going on in our community. We receive calls about by right development that our residents expect us to know about. I have a call pending in right now to Teresa, and I'm waiting on some information about a development. You answered my question regarding the hotel and the reason for this status. If we approved the residential and they didn't develop right away, the hotel would be considered non-conforming, even though they're grandfathered in?
Not the way it's structured currently. If they just said we only want to be multifamily and the hotel use wouldn't be a permitted use, then that'd be an issue. That's why we've got that kind of you can have dual, a scenario where you can operate as a hotel currently, convert to multifamily down the road, but I think the concern that we're hearing is you don't want that to then convert back to something else later. So it's just capturing that later scenario.
So there's nothing in our ordinance that protects existing statuses once the site changes?
If the zoning changes in it, the use is no longer permitted in that zoning district, it can stay as a somewhat of a nonconformity, but there are limitations to what you can do with that nonconforming property.
So that might be something we look at, those limitations. I mean, if you're grandfathered, if this hotel is conforming today and we change the plan or the status or the type, then I don't think the existing use should then be considered non-conforming. Because this, I mean, the petitioner said, this is so that they can market it and the potential buyer wants it to be rezoned prior to buying it.
Right.
So that's the reason. My concern with this is a hotel on the corner of Tyvola and West Park. It looks like a Comfort Inn, is that correct? So, and there are lots of cars in front of it. Do you know the occupancy rate for the hotel currently?
I don't. The owners here, they probably do know.
Okay.
If we want to call them down, they can answer that.
Yes,
Just wanted
please.
to ask, that would be relevant.
The average is about 50%.
50%. So what's happened in the past, and my colleague, this has happened in the past, people are displaced when these hotels are sold, and sometimes it's a surprise, because they're not watching the council meetings. A lot of times those people, residents aren't watching the council meetings, so there needs to be as much advance notice to the folks in the hotels and motels. That those are the places that people who have evictions on their record or criminal background or for whatever reason don't have.
Ever what?
Yeah, I mean, for whatever, there's a barrier.
Have challenges on their background?
Yeah, there's a barrier to permanent housing.
Oh, she correcting that language.
Okay, it's challenging, yeah. So, okay, so anyway, we got to make sure that there's a displacement plan. We've sold hotels or hotels have been sold in the past to multifamily, and people are displaced. So we have to make sure that the buyers or the hotel owner, that there's notices to employers that this is for sale, current, that it could change, and the residents or the tenants need to be notified as soon as possible. So we've asked before for hotels on Sugar Creek in different areas, what is that displacement plan? And I would like to see something like that for residents. When would they be notified? Is there going to be organizations to come in and help them find additional housing? Because even though it's 50%, those are 50% of 100 and, how many rooms?
144.
That's quite a few families.
Question,
So
We've asked for that as well.
Okay, I'm sure you have. Thank you. Okay, and that's the benefit. I've talked about cumulative impact for a long time. That's the benefit of having information about cumulative impact. What's this look like in your area? How many hotels have changed to multifamily? Ms. Brown, where are those people living? We know affordable housing is very challenging in the city, and folks live in these hotels and motels because they don't have a choice many times. So we've got to find out what's happening, and if you could find out how many of these hotels in your area have been changed to multifamily, or what is the plan for that? I mean, that's probably a good idea for all of us who have vulnerable areas in the city. So I asked about the occupancy rate, the plan for displacement. So that's all I have. Thank you.
I summarize when you finish.
Mr. Chairman, if you'd allow me, and I told my colleague, I think it'd be better for her to summarize because it's, her district. I just want to add, I sat here kind of puzzled, right? Because you think about a hotel and a place that someone would call home permanently, not to dismiss that a hotel can also be somewhere that someone calls home permanently, right? But to understand that those are two totally different types of developments, right? I was completely confused to say that we would, at some point, and I, our chairman here, he clarified it with a great question to make sure that we were pointed in that understanding. But I think my feedback for our staff, because that's who we're going to be working with going forward, is what can we do, right, to make sure that we're as uniform as possible. I would love to, and I know we're not going to be perfect. I know you guys work hard. We appreciate the work that you do. And I know that this is something that you're developing as we go, right? But I wish that there was a way to get as close to uniform when it comes to like some of our decision-making processes. What have we done? What type of precedent have we set in the past? Had it not been for, Councilmember Mayfield mentioning the past petition, I would have no light in it with reference to anything that had been done in the area, right? Like whether a previous council had made a decision that would be congruent with this particular decision. And so that really helped shed light on how we make these decisions, and what our potential clients, people who want to do business with us, the city of Charlotte, what we've done in the past and what they can expect from us as decision makers, right? From a community member standpoint, all of us are beholden to a public that contact us and hold us to the fire 100% of the time, right? And so when it comes to decisions about living spaces, although the business aspect has to be taken into consideration, we have to consider the human impact, right? If we make a place for someone to stay, do they want to stay where it used to be a motel? Because they don't have as much parking as they would, let's say, in an apartment complex. So again, those are two in my mind, and I may be missing something, but in my mind, they're different living conditions, they're different parking spaces, they're different amenities that surround a hotel. It almost, and I mean, I'm just imagining here, it could possibly even be conducive to what we consider to be the 10-minute neighborhood, right? Because people come in, they build businesses that are adjacent to hotels because they know people come in, they want to eat, they want to do this, they want to do that. So it's not that I'm absent and not seeing the point of what could potentially be, but I'm a little unsettled, to say the least, to say that I'm open to say whatever you decide, or, you hold it in place so you can continue to make money, and then maybe if it makes sense for you down the road, you can decide that you want to make it. I'm uncomfortable with that. I don't know how I feel. It's almost like Judge Newton, right? Judge Newton made a decision having no understanding with something that's potentially none of us knew would be open-ended, but now it's open-ended. It comes back to a new council, and someone's going to hold me accountable as if that's a decision that we made right now when it was made 4 years ago, right? It's parallel in the understanding of what we need to be able to be efficient in these decisions, and especially with the short-term leadership that we have in these roles. We're only here 2 years, right? And so in those 2 years, most people don't know that. I tell people, like, we're running every 2 years, right? And we could completely have a different council in the future who may or may not understand the context by which we've made a decision. So, it's I'm an uncomfortable for me because of the open-endedness, but I'm going to depend on our very competent staff to give us some parameters for our decision-making going forward, because I know that we got a strong team and they can help us understand this.
So we're having what is in part a policy conversation. The current petition needs to be assessed in the context of what we've been told. I think the message has been put across clearly that we need clarity around what the outlook is and what can happen. And I think some good points have been made about maybe things that we should consider. I just don't want to introduce any new requirements that this petitioner didn't know about. And so, with that, anybody else?
Me, of course.
Yes.
Yeah, of course. So I want to thank my colleagues, one, for bringing some very valuable information, especially Mayfield, Councilmember Mayfield, who has been in the district worked in the district 10 years. My only concern when I asked you was what you were going to do. It sounded like if you was just presenting to me, we didn't know where we were going to go in the future. And for me, for the district rep, I need to clearly be able to state to the community what we're going to do in that area, because they are very, very vocal in the Nation 4 area right now. There's a lot of things that's going on. West Park does intersect with that. I just want to make sure that we bring our best foot forward, the best possible solution, even with the developers, whatever works for them, to make sure that it makes sense for the community, along with everything that my colleagues said, not to go back and say everything that they said, because they speak very clear and they speak very direct. But I didn't understand as a district rep. It was very confusing. So it had to be confusing for the people that are listening to us, our constituents, as we bring forward what we're going to do in that area. So to you, Mr. Patine, you guys are very good at what you do, your job. This, for me, right now, would be unacceptable. As a district rep, I wouldn't be able to put my signature on anything on it. It just doesn't even make sense at all. I need to know what we're going to do, how we're going to do it. I understand that if they want to move forward and they want anybody to be without money, you know, the revenue, the economic driver, all that stuff is very important, but it's also important if there are any residents in there, and I know you're waiting for that data to come back, can I get that number sooner than later? I know someone's raising their hand.
Can we speak to that? Or-
Yes, you can speak to
Okay.
that in just one moment.
Okay.
Only the speaker who signed up.
He's asking
I
a
have
question.
Sam Nye here. Okay, you can speak.
He said no.
I know, but I don't know if all 72 families are using it as a place to stay, or if it's, because it's still used as a hotel. Right. Is it permanent housing, or is it a temporary stay? Somebody's visiting Charlotte and they're, because that hotel is still open. And I know that, you know, people from the airport go there, and they go there and they reside there. So my question would be the number of people that use it for a permanent housing, a place that they call home, because if they stay there, we definitely need to have a plan to move forward to make sure that they're not going to be unhoused or they'll become part of our unsheltered population. And we certainly don't want that to happen. To my colleagues, Councilmember Johnson's very valid point. Most of the residents that are staying in your place of residence, they call it home. And there are going to probably be some blemishes that they're dealing with in terms of maybe rental history, their records to things that they've done in the past. And we want to make sure that that's not something that's going to hinder them moving forward. I just can't sign off on displacement of families, and a lot of them have small children. So that is definitely going to be very, very important for me. And just to see, we can work together on anything. I want everybody to thrive. I always say that in my seat. Go back and listen to me. I want everybody to thrive. Maybe thriving for different people in different areas might mean something different, but that's what I would like to see. So I would listen to the owners respond to the families that are in there that may face not having anywhere to go.
Can we respond?
Yes, absolutely,
Okay, great.
100%.
So I talked to the owner and his brother that is here and operates the facility. They're not aware of anyone that lives there permanently. This is operating, I mean, I don't know. When I was a kid, my parents always stayed at Comfort Inn. That was when we would visit a place, that's the hotel that we're staying at. So when they're saying there's a 50% occupancy rate, those are not people that live there to the owner's understanding at all. I mean, there's nobody that stays there for more than, a couple weeks while you're doing a construction job there or something. And I know the types of, I've stayed in other hotels that have people living there permanently, but in this facility, I Googled a room there for tonight, and, the rates were, around $100, $120 for the night. So it would not be an affordable option for me to live there. I mean, it's an expensive, it's a hotel. And the thing that we didn't show was the renderings of what it looks like on the inside. But I mean, these are not going to be like, I don't think they're displacing anyone. That's
Okay.
what I'm is what
so
I've been told.
The part of I don't think needs to turn in, we're not, for sure.
Okay.
Because the thinking piece.
We are not, yeah.
Okay.
I
So then
just
we-
don't like to talk to what other people know as a.
Right.
I got you.
And so we don't know, because the think, there's a puzzle there when you say think, but we just need to know those stated facts. I've been inside the hotel before, so I know what it looks like. I've been inside of there. It's a very nice hotel. They maintain the property and everything. They're not any stragglers, anybody hanging out. I get that. But there is also a discounted rate when families stay for a long period of time. We just want to be sure, even if it's one family, what are we going to do with that one family? That's all. That's how strong I feel about
Yes,
someone not having anywhere to stay. Okay? All right, we're
Yes, ma'am.
good. So, Mr. Patine, what can we do moving forward?
Like I said, we've asked for that information as well. We work pretty closely with our Housing and Neighborhood Services folks on these projects to get conditions that address that specific ask for displacement strategies. We have another that will be coming forward for a decision next month. In fact, it was scheduled to be up for a decision tonight, but they didn't have some of that information together, and we asked them to hold off until they do. So we take that seriously as well. And it's something, again, that we work pretty closely with our Housing and Neighborhood Services folks to make sure that they're in a comfortable place also to make sure that those resources are set up and conditioned as part of a rezoning to say they're going to do X, Y, and Z to make sure that if there are people that displace, they have enough time, they have enough resources, to get some of the assistance they need to find, another form of housing somewhere while that, housing option may no longer be there for them. So that's something that we have asked for on this petition also. If it turns out that there's not displacement and we have good confirmed information, then some of that similar language may not be needed as there would on another hotel that we're seeing where that may be more of an issue. But it is something we look at through all of these. And again, we're looking at trying to get some uniform language to put on all of them that address it to make sure that we don't run into those types of displacement strategies that I think we all know far too well that we've seen over the last, probably really ramped up over the last 2 years or so in the city. So.
Well, I definitely appreciate you explaining that you do your job and you do it very well. But my job as the person that sit in the seat for the people in the community is to ask the tough questions as well as my colleagues, and for you to answer them like you've done, and for us to be able to move forward and see exactly how we can get on it. One day, in a perfect world, I would like for us to be on a more blanket page.
Yeah, that's what
where
we're looking for, more
we're like
uniform.
working towards that. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate everything that you do, and I value what you do.
Thank you.
Your work is very hard. That's your lane, and we all have our lane. So thank you so much for answering the questions and working hard as you work.
Yeah, no, always appreciate the insight from y'all. It helps us be a little bit more informed and get the outcomes that we're all looking for. So
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you so much.
Do I have a motion to close?
Motion to close.
Second.
All in favor? Thank you.
Teamwork.
We move on to item 27, petition 2024-055 by Tijuana Phipps, approximately 2.897 acres located at the northwest intersection of Nations Ford Road and Forest Point Boulevard, east of Interstate 77, Council District 3, Tijuana Brown.
Yeah,
I
that's me.
just did Tijuana. It's like, is this your cousin?
So I think her name is Taiwana.
Oh, Tijuana.
Yeah, my name is
That
Tijuana.
correction, and
And
you're
for the
Tijuana.
record and for the world, no relation, no integrity issues, no conflict of interest.
Might be related to Greg
The current zoning is often office flex campus, and the proposed zoning is innovation mixed use. The staff recommends approval of this petition. Sir.
Thank you. This petition is approximately 2.9 acres located at Nations Ford Road and Forest Point Boulevard. It's adjacent to the Samaritan's Purse warehouse there. Current zoning is OFC. Proposed zoning is IMU conventional. The 2040 policy map aligns with the proposal aligns with the policy map recommendation for IMU place type. Staff recommends approval. The IMU zoning district is intended to accommodate areas that have typically developed as industrial but are transitioning from exclusively industrial to a broader mix of light industrial, artisan industrial, commercial, and moderate density residential uses within a more walkable environment. The requested IMU zoning district will allow the subject property to be developed with a mix of uses that are consistent with the existing development pattern along this segment of Nations Ford Road. I'll take any questions after the petitioner's presentation.
So, Mr. Hines?
Yes, sir.
You have 3 minutes, sir.
Okay, thank you, City Council, thank you, staff. My name is Jason Hines. I'm an architect that works for this client, and been working with them for the past 6 years. So if you have any questions about this rezoning, I'm happy to answer them. And the civil engineer who couldn't be here tonight is working under us. So if you have any questions from a civil standpoint, I'll try to speak on his behalf.
Okay. All right. Any questions? Ms.
You know,
Brown?
we got questions on Nation Ford Road. So I'm looking here, and I know Samaritan's Purse. I volunteered over there a few times. That's a big warehouse space back there.
Yep.
Correct? Am I correct?
Operation Christmas Child, yes.
Right,
Yep.
absolutely, where we do the shoe boxes and send them out.
Yep.
So I want to clearly understand what is going to go over there in that area. And there is a large community group, supporters on Nation Ford Road. They have a group called Transforming Nation Ford Road. So we would definitely want to include them, their concerns, have their ideas, their input, because this is just a hearing.
Okay.
For them to be able to voice how they feel and what, as community leaders and people that live in the area, think about what we're doing.
Sure.
So are you able to speak? Because I know you said you were filling in for someone
Sure, yeah.
that's not here. Okay.
So the backstory is they were, I think, originally zoned to put parking here. In 2020, they rezoned it for an office sort of use, and now they don't want to do that anymore, so they just want to extend the parking in this area. So they will do like the tree save along Nations Ford Road, but it would just be like storm detention and parking that would serve the Operation Christmas Child warehouse.
Oh, so they're going to still stay there, and they're just extending their parking?
Correct.
They do great work. Okay, thank you. Didn't hear what I thought I heard. Okay, no
Okay.
problem at all. So Samaritan's Purse is going to extend the area for parking for volunteers, for people that come in there that work and do the good work that they're doing for the time of the year, because they own that space.
Correct.
And they just want to extend the parking area for more volunteers, employees, and people that are traveling through to help with Samaritan's Purse, Operation Christmas, and what else they do. Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
Move to close.
Oh, yeah, you got anything? Move to close.
Yeah.
Second.
All in favor? Okay, we move on to item 28. Rezoning petition 2024-057 by Savalex Homes LLC, approximately 6.035 acres located on the east side of Susanna Drive, north of Hart Road, and south of Russell's Landing Drive. It's in Mr. Graham's district. Current zoning is Neighborhood 1A. The proposed zoning is Neighborhood 1D. Staff recommends approval of this petition. Max?
Yes, petition 2024-057 is located on the east side of Susanna Drive, north of Hart Road, south of Rossell's Landing. The site is approximately 6.035 acres and the site of a single-family house. The property is zoned N1A, Neighborhood 1. The proposed zoning is N1D, Neighborhood 1, a conventional zoning district. 2040 policy map recommends the Neighborhood 1 place type. N1D district is consistent with this place type. This is a conventional rezoning petition. There is not an associated site plan and would permit any use allowed in the N1D district. Staff recommends approval of this petition as the N1D district aligns with the policy map, the development pattern prescribed by the Neighborhood 1 place type, and permitted by the N1D zoning district is consistent with the character of the area. Happy to take any questions after Mr. Ferguson's presentation.
Mr. Ferguson, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Council, Zoning Committee, Russell Ferguson on behalf of Savalex Homes LLC. I think this is a nice, there we go, nice break. This is quite simple. It's going from N1A to N1D is the request. We're requesting that to allow it to develop in line with some of the adjacent areas that are already developed. This area has some vacant land, and this vacant land can add to the housing supply of Charlotte in a way that is much more cost-effective than other areas. There is already an N1D entitlement all around this, and then some of the older parcels, as you can see from this zoomed out residential area. It was a different method and a different time, but has similar kinds of density there. In the adjacent neighborhoods, this parcel also has a unique piece that is blocking some street connectivity. So by rezoning this to N1D, it will be allowed to move forward and connect a couple of those neighborhood streets to begin building a neighborhood road network there. This site is in proximity. I think if you Google it, at a non-rush hour time, it's like under 10 minutes to get to Harris Teeter, to the commercial node there. That's Roswell's Ferry and Roswell's Landing, which is right off the map that we just looked at, where you can get to a few restaurants, and there's 16 right there. So there's access just to the north and then down to the south. So it's in a kind of an appropriate place, a good place for a neighborhood. It will still be more of a traditional style neighborhood, and it's in line with the precedent of the area, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Ms. Mayfield.
Thank you, Councilmember Driggs. Actually, a question for staff.
Yes.
So we've had quite a few, but I'm noticing that the number of people attending the community meeting for this is 0. For this N1D, we say any uses that's permitted, so it could be multifamily, it could be single family, whatever can go into N1D.
It's any use permitted in N1D, so that would primarily be single-family duplex and triplex on individual lots along a public street.
Okay, because I think previously, earlier in the year, I had asked if we can, as we get comfortable with all of these new acronyms, that we actually give a snapshot of what can go in there. Here's the question that I'm wondering, though, because I believe there's multifamily that's around it, and the most closest, is that single-family or multifamily there off of John Morrison and Alvin Woods?
It's a single-family subdivision, but it's zone MX, which is a mixed use, but it's developed as single-family.
So our current language says that a petitioner would mail out within a 300-mile, what is that, 300 feet?
300 feet from the property boundaries, yes, they have to notify the property owners within that boundary.
Okay, so somewhere in this conversation, as we're looking at the UDO and the 2040, just to ensure. I'm concerned that with how active the community over there is, that we are showing that 0 attended a meeting.
Speak to it.
So can you help me with that?
Yeah, so we held a virtual community meeting. I have done three rezonings of a similar nature in this exact area. And we had some attendees in the first meetings, and we had actually a speaker against in one of the first rezonings in this area. And it was mostly a misconception about some things. And so I think it's more of a comfort with what is happening than it is a lack of awareness of it. We do also mail out to all neighborhood organizations to a much broader. And, you know, I know we did conduct the mailings and nobody RSVP'd. And we did it virtually to try to, usually virtually gets more attendees. It did not work.
That's helpful. Thank you, Mr. Driggs. Move to close the hearing, because there's 3 of us left.
Is that a second, or do you wish to speak?
Second.
All in favor?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Driggs, may I add something just for general? Even though it looks like the seats are empty, so that I don't know if the general public recognizes that you're automatic yes when you're not here. So you're only a no if you say no. So when you read the minutes, even though some bodies are not physically at the table for different reasons, they are going to be recognized as a I/yes in the minutes for it.
And as I noted earlier.
And this is your commitment to you. I just need you to see this.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So those votes do count as being unanimous. And as I'll mention, as I did earlier, that all of us have the opportunity to see these hearings on video, and we'll inform ourselves before the vote night comes. So I don't want people who come to speak and see the empty chairs to be discouraged. Carry on. Okay, we're moving on to agenda number 29. Rezoning petition 2024-062 by Otis Crowder. approximately 7.4 acres along the southwest side of Brookshire Boulevard and the southeast side of Fred D. Alexander Boulevard. It's in Council District 2, Mr. Graham's district. The current zoning is manufacturing and logistics 2. Proposed zoning is innovation mixed-use conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and environment.
Petition 2024-062 is located on the southwest side of Brookshire Boulevard, southeast side of Fred D. Alexander Boulevard. The site's approximately 7.4 acres and developed with 2 office buildings. Current zoning is ML2, manufacturing and logistics. The proposed zoning is IMU-CD, innovation mixed-use conditional. The 2040 policy map recommends the manufacturing and logistics place type for this site. The IMU district is inconsistent with the M&L place type. Approval of this petition would revise the 2040 policy map. Recommendation to the IMU place type. Proposal calls for the allowance of the continued operation of the office use on the site, as well as a proposed 4,500 square foot addition to the use. The plan limits the total number of principal buildings to no more than 2. The plan specifically prohibits uses such as residential, hotel, motel, live performance venues, nightclubs, outdoor markets, lodge and meeting halls. Access to the site is from an existing driveway off of Brookshire Boulevard. All applicable transportation and roadway improvements will be completed, and all required dedication of right-of-way will be conveyed prior to the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy. Any proposed building expansion will utilize materials that are architecturally
3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, council members, zoning committee. My name is Jason Dolan with Timmons Group, and I'm representing Crowder Construction. Crowder Construction has been using these parcels for a number of years as office buildings to support their construction business. They are seeking to expand their buildings to meet their needs, and the new zoning classification will not allow them to do so. And so the rezoning is necessary in order to allow the office building to be expanded. I can answer any questions that you might have.
So this would become a non-conforming use if we didn't rezone it?
So the problem is it is a non-conforming use. The office facilities, standalone office facilities are not permitted in the ML2 district, and the expansion that is permitted to that non-conforming use is not enough for what they're looking for. They'd be limited to 1,000 square feet of expansion.
Thank you. Any other comments? Motion to close?
Motion to close.
All in favor?
Thank you.
Should we move on to item 30? Rezoning petition 2024-063 by Alchemy Development LLC, approximately 1.33 acres along the north side of State Street, east of South Turner Avenue and west of Beatties Ford Road in Mr. Graham's district. Current zoning is Neighborhood 1D, Neighborhood 2B, and Neighborhood Business Conditional. The proposed zoning is Neighborhood 2A Conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to the site and building design.
Petition 2024-063 is located on the north side of State Street, east of South Turner Avenue and west of Beatties Ford Road. The site is approximately 1.33 acres in size and developed with a commercial building and a material storage yard. Current zoning is N1D, N2B, and B1CD, Neighborhood Business Conditional. A lot of districts on that small lot. The proposed zoning is N2A CD, Neighborhood 2 Conditional. The 2040 policy map recommends the Neighborhood 1 place type for the site. The N2 district is inconsistent with the N1 place type. Approval of this petition would revise the 2040 policy map recommendation to the N2 place type. Proposal calls for the development up to 29 multifamily attached dwellings, limited to 5 units per building. The following transportation improvements are proposed. Vehicular access will be via driveway on State Street and a network of internal alleys. All transportation improvements will be completed prior to the issuance of the first CO. Following landscaping and streetscape improvements are proposed. The construction of an 8-foot multi-use path and 8-foot planting strip along State Street. A 10-foot Class C buffer yard will be planted on the side and rear of the property. Walkways will be provided to all residential units to the public street. The following architectural requirements are proposed, which include preferred and prohibited building materials, minimum slopes to roofs, usable porches and stoops, raised entries, blank wall limitations adjacent to public streets. Buildings are limited to 150 feet in length HVAC, meter banks, solid waste areas will be screened for public view. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to site and building design. As the proposed development would fill a need for housing in the area that has been identified by the 2040 Comprehensive Plan as lacking access to housing. Site is located within a half-mile of the designated neighborhood center, within a block of the Stewart Creek Greenway, Seaverville Park, and Martin Luther King Park. And the site is well served by public transportation, located within a half-mile of 2 Lynx Gold Line stations, as well as the number 1, 7, 8, and 34 CATS buses. I'm happy to take any questions after the petitioner's presentation.
Mr. Moore, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Councilmember Driggs. My name is Eddie Moore with McAdams. We are assisting Chris Foley with Alchemy Development and Chris O'Grun-Rende with Urban Trends Real Estate. I will be brief with the presentation. Max has done a great job going over the items, the commitments that we plan to adhere by in this area for the site plan. It's interesting, 67% of the site is already zoned N2B, and we are requesting N2BCD for up to 29 rear-loaded townhomes. Currently, the site's being used as an office in an outdoor storage area. Kind of see there in that picture. And a lot of the commitments that Max has mentioned, I'm not going to go back through. We have held 2 community meetings. We will hold another one tomorrow night with the Seversville Community Organization. So we are staying in contact with the neighbors and the community organizations in that area. Again, the site plan, all the units will face State Street. We do have a private alley. All the driveways and the garages will face each other, so the buildings to the top of the plan will face to the north. And from there, I will glad to answer any questions you may have.
Do I have a motion to close?
Second. Oh, maybe.
I had a question. Staff went through those, the slide presentations. Did you have the clicker or the staff? Because we went through that rather quickly. I was trying to see the last slide before it went to questions. Go back one more.
If we're able to get that up, I'll be glad to go back to any slides.
Never mind, we can follow up. Thank you.
You okay
All
with
right,
move to
so I have a
close?
motion and a second. All in favor? All right. Thank you, Mr. Moore.
Thank you.
Moving on to agenda item 31, petition 2024-066 by Carmel Park Partners LLC, approximately 1.9 acres along the west side of Carmel Road, north of Carmel Commons Road, and south of Pineville Matthews Road in my district. Current zoning is shopping center district conditional. Proposed zoning is community activity center 1 conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to site and building design.
All right, it's the last time you have to hear from me tonight. Petition 2024-066, located along the west side of Carmel Road, north of Carmel Commons Boulevard, south of Pineville Matthews Road. Site's approximately 1.98 acres in size and developed with a surface parking lot. Current zoning is B1 SCD, Shopping Center District Conditional. Proposed zoning is CAC 1 CD, Community Activity Center 1 Conditional. 2040 policy map recommends the Community Activity Center place type for the site, and the CAC 1 district is consistent with the CAC place type. Proposal calls for the development of up to 38 multifamily dwelling units, limited to 6 units per building. Following transportation improvements are proposed. Vehicular access will be via a private drive on off of Carmel Commons Boulevard. All required right-of-way dedications and transportation improvements will be completed prior to the first CO. Following landscaping and streetscape improvements are proposed. They will construct a 6-foot sidewalk and an 8-foot planting strip along that proposed private road off of Carmel Commons Boulevard. All units fronting the private street will have direct connections onto the sidewalk. Walkways will be provided from all residential entrances to the private street, and trees will be planted along the private street and internal alley network. A sidewalk is proposed that leads to the southeastern portion of the Carmel Commons Shopping Center. A minimum 30-foot wide landscape yard will be planted to Class C standards with an 8-foot opaque fence at the rear of the property, and a 10-foot wide landscape yard planted to Class B standards with a 6-foot opaque fence will be planted at the sides of the property where it's adjacent to Carmel Commons Shopping Center. The following architectural requirements are proposed. Primary building materials will include brick, stone, cementitious siding, vinyl ephes, and masonite are prohibited as primary building materials. Pitched roofs, if included, will be 512 and 212 for shed roofs. Front elevations will have blank wall limitations of 10 feet and corner elevations 15 feet. Maximum height is 52 feet. Each unit will have a covered stoop. All units will include a garage. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to the site and building design. As the proposed development replaces a underutilized surface parking lot with 38 dwelling units, increases the number and variety of housing types in the area, and the site is walkable to Carmel Commons Shopping Center, which boasts a wide variety of daily uses and services. I'm happy to take any questions following Mr. Carmichael's presentation.
Mr. Carmichael, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. Thank you, members of council and the zoning committee. I'm John Carmichael on behalf of the petitioner. With me tonight are Andy Lucas and Jennifer Greason. The site contains about 1.98 acres, and I think we have a presentation. It's located on Carmel Commons, which is between Highway 51 and Carmel Road. The site is a portion of the Carmel Commons retail and office development, and it's currently a surface parking lot. And the petitioner owns the two buildings. I'll have to try to, there you go, thank you. The petitioner owns the two office, this is the site in green. The petitioner owns the two office buildings here. Once again, it's part of the Carmel Commons retail and office development. The site is zoned B1 SCD, and the surrounding parcels are zoned B1 SCD. Across Carmel Commons Boulevard are parcels zoned R15 MFCD, and those parcels are devoted to townhomes. The request is to rezone the site to Community Activity Center 1 CD to accommodate up to 38 townhome units on the site. The request is consistent with the 2040 policy map, which recommends a Community Activity Center place type. This place type promotes a variety of uses such as office, retail, and multifamily residential. This is the site. This is one of the site plans. This is a zoomed out version. It shows how the proposed residential development would relate to the retail to the north and east and to the office buildings to the south. This is the closer in version of the site plan. The site would be accessed by the internal private street from Carmel Commons Boulevard that Max referenced. There'd be an 8-foot plane strip and a 6-foot sidewalk on both sides of this street, as well as on-street parking. And this sidewalk would extend to the east to provide a pedestrian connection to the multitude of retail and restaurant uses at Carmel Commons Shopping Center, and there are a lot of good uses at that shopping center. The site, the units would all be rear-loaded with garages, so the units would either face the private street or the internal green space here. There'd be a 30-foot Type B landscape yard along the northern boundary, along with an 8-foot tall fence, 10-foot wide Type B landscape yards along the eastern portion of the site here and the western portion of the site here. There would also be 6-foot tall wooden screen fences on the west and eastern portions of the site. This development would convert Carmel Commons into a true multi-use development with office, retail, and residential. It would also convert an underutilized parking lot to a more productive use. We appreciate the planning staff's recommendation of approval, and we'll work through the outstanding site plan issues this week. We're happy to answer any questions, and we appreciate your time and your consideration. Thank you.
So I don't have any questions for the meeting. Do I have a motion to close?
Move to close.
Second.
All in favor?
Thank you all.
Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 32, rezoning petition 2024-068 by Culp Road Materials, LLC. Approximately 14.1 acres located on the south side of I-85 Service Road, west of Sam Wilson Road and north of Wilkinson Boulevard. In the ETJ, the Board of County Commissioners District is Ms. Leeks, and the closest City Council District is Ms. Brown. Current zoning is Neighborhood 1A. Proposed zoning is Manufacturing and Logistics 2 conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation, the environment, and land use.
Thank you. This petition is approximately 14.1 acres located on the south side of I-85 Service Road, east of Sam Wilson Road, and north of Wilkinson Boulevard, near the interchange of I-85 and I-485 and Charlotte Douglas Airports. Current zoning is N1A. Proposed zoning is ML2CD. 2040 policy map recommends neighborhood 1 place type. The proposal is for up to 75,000 square feet of uses permitted in the ML2 zoning district, with the exception of adult electronic gaming establishment, adult use, agriculture, industrial processes, airport, airstrip, cemetery, correctional facility, crematorium, homeless shelter, landfill, land clearing and inert debris, quarry, raceway drag strip, shooting range, indoor vehicle repair facility, and major waste management facility. Access to the site would be limited to I-85 Service Road. Petition commits to a 100-foot Class A buffer along the perimeter of the property, which is reduced in some locations to 81.25 feet with a fence. A minimum 100-foot Class A buffer is shown along the southern boundary where adjacent to developed N1. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation, the environment, and land use. Petition is inconsistent with the neighborhood 1 place type recommendation. However, the site is suitable for manufacturing logistics uses as being located along Interstate 85 near the interchange with I-485. Petition commits to a minimum 100-foot Class A landscape yard along the southern property boundary or adjacent to N1 place type and zoning. And the petition prohibits most of the noxious uses permitted in the ML2 zoning district. I will take any questions following the petitioner's presentation.
Ms. Todd, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Drew. Good evening, Council and Zoning Committee. Suzanne Todd here on behalf of the petitioner, Culp Materials, LLC. With me tonight is Kojo Sapan. He is the CEO and chairman of Culp Materials as well. Let's talk about this property for, oops, back it up just a minute. The property, again, is located adjacent to I-85. It looks like a little whale to me. It's outlined in orange. And it consists of little over 14 acres. The property is located in the ETJ, so the closest district is Councilmember Brown's District 3. The proposed use is ML2CD, and we think this is a great use because it will accommodate a variety of uses for this area, including manufacturing, research and development, warehouse logistics uses, and other uses requiring outdoor storage. It's an appropriate use adjacent to arterials as well as interstates, airport, and the Norfolk Southern Freight Rail. So what makes this a great ML2 site is, one, it is actually located on the I-85 service road. You can see the trucks and everything from I-85 to your right. Well, to the right of your screen, on the left of the screen is the property. Additionally, it is close to I-85 and the interchange of I-85 and I-485. The property is right here. It's also close to the airport. You can see the property here as well as the airport right there. Again, makes for a great location for quick access, efficient access for warehouse distribution, shipping, get on the highway quick. The property is generally surrounded by ML uses, all in purple. You can see that along the 85 corridor, a lot of it is, in fact, ML zoned. But we are also mindful that this property is, in fact, zoned N1A and is immediately surrounded and abutting N1A uses, single family, as well as the that is a mobile home park to the south. For that reason, we have committed to conditional zoning. We've placed conditions on this site. They Those conditions include limiting ingress-egress to the service road, as well as excluding some of the more intensive uses. The ML zoning provides significant screening requirements, as well as tree save, green space, and water buffers. The good news here is that this property is, in fact, only half of it will be developed. Thank you, and let me know if you have any questions.
All right. Ms. Brown, or
I'll let you go.
Thank you. So you answered my question at the end, because this sounds like being right there, 85 and 485, and on a service road. It sounds like an ideal place for manufacturing. And I was wondering why it was zoned N1A, because we look for areas for manufacturing, and this just felt like it was. But then you mentioned the single-family neighborhood that's adjacent. I wanted to know how many homes are in this adjacent single-family neighborhood. Councilmember Brown, if you're familiar with the area, is it a large, or are these just houses on like large lots? So
There are a lot of houses out there.
there's a lot, okay.
A lot of houses spread out in the area.
Okay. Did you have any community
It did.
opposition? Okay, all right.
Oh, I don't know about the opposition. I'm going to find out, but that area is heavily attended for the community. They have representation in that area. There was 10 online, so that's pretty hefty for that area. So
Okay.
we'll figure out what's going on. The community is definitely engaged
Good.
in that area.
Do you know if there was opposition?
I beg your pardon?
Do you know if there was community opposition to this development?
Not that I'm aware of. We had a great community meeting. We did have a good turnout, and everybody seemed very positive about it. And I think probably should not say this for last, but if you look at this site, the area in pink is actually the developable area, and the reason for that is there's a stream that crosses the property right here. And so everything in green is not going to be developed. So that provides 8 acres of buffering between this site, the developable site, and the adjacent properties.
Okay, thank you.
all right.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Mr. Driggs. Thank you, Councilmember Brown. My question is actually for staff, because I do know that we tried to work closely with NCDOT. There was conversations for a while now regarding interchange upgrade with NCDOT. Are we looking at whether or not this will have any impact with that? Come on down. You're the next contestant.
So as part of some adjacent development near the interchange, there has been some traffic studies in the not-too-distant past, and there is plans for traffic signals at the 2 interchange ramps and at the location where this service road would come out and meet the main line.
So you all are already in communication with the petitioner as far as, I didn't see it in here, but I attended some of those community meetings where we were looking at the interchanges. You're already having conversations as far as what that road alignment would potentially look like as far as egress and regress. And keeping in mind that there's conversations about improvements near the interchange.
So based on what we would expect from this type development, we wouldn't it wouldn't necessitate any changes to the plans that have already been developed for the signals along that corridor.
Thank you.
Mr. Carpenter, I hope you now feel better about having stayed here so late. Who's up?
Me?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just saying, I don't have any real opposition over there with what they're doing, being that it's in the airport logistics near the highway. You've explained the community involvement. I just wanted to see about community opposition. They do have a good showmanship of community leaders over there, and just want to make sure that they're engaged. That's it.
We have not had, we've had our community meeting. We've, of course, made ourselves available and provided our contact information. We've not heard anything back. Is that?
I'll reach out to them, and you and I will connect. But it's not to say that it is. I just want to make sure that they're aware But
Absolutely.
from what you presented, I don't see any real opposition from me as the council representative for the ETJ in that area. Okay? Thank you for your presentation tonight. Move to close?
Second.
All in favor?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Agenda item 33.
Whoop, whoop. 34. I'll give it to you. I just jumped ahead.
You're very eager.
We're so close.
I know. You can almost feel it, right? All right, well, let's do 33, okay? Rezoning petition 2024-070 by Summit Avenue West Boulevard LLC, approximately 4.96 acres along the south side of Mount Holly Road, east of Atkinson Drive, and west of Freedom Drive in Ms. Brown's district. Current zoning is general commercial, proposed zoning is manufacturing and logistics 1. Staff recommends approval of this petition. Tell us why.
Thank you. The site is just under 5 acres along the south side of Mount Holly Road, generally in an area that has a lot of industrial uses as well as some commercial uses and residential areas, mostly to the north and west of the site. It's currently zoned general commercial, and they are proposing to go to manufacturing logistics 1. And this request is inconsistent with the policy map's recommendation for commercial at this site. It is a conventional petition, so there is no associated site plan. It would allow all uses permitted by right and under prescribed conditions in the MNL1 district. Staff recommends approval of this petition. The rezoning sits in an area that is generally entitled for industrial uses and residential areas to the north and the west. The light industrial uses allowed in the MNL1 district would create a more gradual transition between those residential areas and the heavy industrial uses that already occur. I think it's also important to note that the MNL1 district has built-in protections that would buffer any uses developed on the site from the abutting residential areas. So for example, a site of this size would have a required 65-foot Class A landscape yard along the edges of those residential boundaries. Although the policy map here recommends commercial for the site, the manufacturing logistics place type better aligns broadly with the industrial uses and zoning. The site meets the contextual variables we look for to support a change in the place type from commercial to manufacturing logistics. And if approved, this rezoning would create a more consistent land development pattern. I'll take any questions.
So we have Mr. Ahmad.
I don't think he's speaking. He spoke on 20. Move to close the hearing.
Second.
All in favor? That passes. Agenda item 34, 2024-071 by the Drakeford Company, approximately 10.25 acres located along the east side of Shorthorn Street and the west side of East W.T. Harris Boulevard, north of District Drive in Ms. Johnson's district. Current zoning is multifamily residential conditional and neighborhood services. Proposed zoning is the R12 multifamily conditional site plan amendment and neighborhood services site plan amendment. The staff recommends approval of this petition.
Thank you. This site, as you mentioned, is approximately 10.25 acres in size and is located on the east side of Shorthorn Street and the west side of East W.T. Harris Boulevard. The vicinity includes a mix of single-family detached, some office and industrial type uses, as well as retail development. This site is currently zoned R12 MFCD and is approved for the development of 95 townhomes. Other zoning in the vicinity includes N1A to the northwest and east. Industrial and neighborhood services zoning is also present in the area. The policy map calls for the neighborhood 1 place type for the majority of the site and the neighborhood center place type for the northern portion. Other place types present in the area include neighborhood 1, neighborhood 2, manufacturing and logistics, and neighborhood center. The proposal is for a site plan amendment to add 16 multifamily attached units for a total of 111 units. It includes an additional 0.09 acres of tree save and open space and carries forward all other comments from the prior rezoning. Staff recommends approval of this petition as it maintains all prior commitments of the original approval and proposes a modest increase in needed housing. The site is within proximity to an activity center and is within an identified access to housing gap. Approval of the petition will change the place type from neighborhood 1 and neighborhood center to neighborhood 2. Here, if you have any questions.
Mr. Jackson, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, council members, zoning committee. My name is Remington Jackson. At the law firm Parker Poe, Adams and Bernstein, here on behalf of the petitioner, the Drakeford Company, and Mr. Drakeford is also here in the audience. First, I'd like to say thank you to staff for helping along this process. Skip forward. So as was already mentioned, this is a site plan amendment from the rezoning petition 2021-239, where the petitioner is adding 16 units and approximately 0.6 acres. So we've already held 2 zoning committee meetings with the surrounding community to address any potential issues, one of those being parking, that the petitioner has made changes to address those requests. As you can see, the site has already been outlined in the green as well as the top unit right there. This was the approved site plan back, again, the prior rezoning 2021-239. This was the newest proposed site plan amendment. This was initially brought to the community at the first community meeting. In this, you can see the changes in that the blue units are the ones that are being added. The community brought up the issue of parking, saying that they're worried, in particular, the units over in this area were worried about the parking in terms of if the individuals in these areas had nowhere to park, they may move over to here. So in response to that, the petitioner then added additional parking. As you can see, some of the longer parking strips. Those were the key things that were brought up during the community meeting, in addition to just information about what was going on, since this was a site plan amendment, if this was a new rezoning, et cetera. These are some of the statistics that were brought forward to the community to show the difference between the original plan, the approved plan back in 2021, and then the current proposal for the plan, to show that we're still staying within the multifamily 12, as well as some of the other changes with the parking, as well as parking right there, as well as Shorthorn will have the maximum density still below, and then Turnham will be a little bit higher. We also brought forward some of the design concepts, some of the elevations, and haven't had any feedback other than positive feedback since the community meetings. Just want to leave it open for any additional questions you may have.
Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Jackson. I just want to say this petition, this area, originally, there was a petition, I think it might have been 2020, and the neighborhood was so opposed to this that it ended up being withdrawn. And later on, Mr. Drakeford came and wanted to develop it and worked so closely with the community. And, I mean, it was so contested. It was on the news. Joe Bruno reported on it and everything. So this is a very organized group of residents, and if there were opposition, they'd be here. You'd see them. So it speaks volumes that that Mr. Drakeford developed it once, and even with the extension or the amendment, he's working with them and they're not here. There's not opposition. So I want to thank you. Thank you for making our jobs easier, right? And thank you for the standard of quality that you developed, Mr. Drakeford. So that's all I have to say. Thank you. Oh, I do want to ask, can I get a hard copy of this presentation?
Of course.
Okay, thank you. Move to close.
Second.
Did you want to speak, Ms. Brown? All right, all in favor of closing the hearing? That's unanimous. So our last item for the night, agenda item 35, rezoning petition 2024-074 by Marankas Holdings LLC, approximately 1.3 acres located along the northeast side of Marvin Road and the west side of Ballencroft Place, east of Dixie Hills Drive in my district. Current zoning is neighborhood 1A, proposed zoning is neighborhood 2A. The staff recommends approval of this petition.
Thank you. The site is 1.3 acres along the north side of Marvin Road, along the southern edges of the Valentine neighborhood, and an area that's primarily characterized by multifamily residential uses, with access to goods and services located just half a mile away along Johnston Road. The site is currently zoned neighborhood 1A, and they are proposing to go to neighborhood 2A. and that is inconsistent with the policy map's recommendation for neighborhood 1 at this site. I think you'll see on the mapping it looks a little funky, but it is just neighborhood 1. The policy map layer just doesn't quite line up with the parcel boundaries, but that is the designation, it's just neighborhood 1 at this site. This is a conventional petition, so there is no associated site plan. If approved, it would allow all uses permitted by right and under prescribed conditions in the N2A district. Staff recommends approval of this petition. Although it's inconsistent with the recommendation for neighborhood 1 at this site, the parcel is adjacent to established and future multifamily stacked and attached type development along all sides. And it's situated in an area where it's appropriate to allow denser residential product types given its proximity to goods and services, its frontage along a major arterial road, and its location along a corner lot where we think it's appropriate to allow densification. A conditional petition is not necessary for this request given the size of the rezoning and the existing development pattern in the area.
Ms. Grant, you have up to 3 minutes.
I promise I won't use it. Once again, it is a pleasure to be here closing out the night again. Bridget Grant, land use consultant with Moore & Van Allen. I'm happy to be here on behalf of the Moronkas Foundation with support with Liz Ward from Give Impact. As Holly said, this is a conventional zoning, and we're happy to answer any questions. 30 seconds.
So, colleagues, I think we should spend some time on this one.
Hold on, let me take off my jacket.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Yes.
So moved.
Second.
All right,
Thank you.
we're done.
Good night. Bye, baby.